Transmigrating into the Heartthrob's canon Fodder Childhood Friend Chapter 94 to Chapter 106. Get out of the car. Zhao Ziyu tilted his head and said to Songyu. Songyu looked up indifferently, opened the car door, and stepped out without saying a word. Being in a confined space with Zhao Ziyu made him very irritable. He had already made his attitude clear to his family. In the future, his father would probably not force him to stay with Zhao Ziyu. After all, curse come true sounded quite scary, and he wasn't trying to scare people. He was very serious. After getting out of the car, the iron gate was wide open. The design of the garden in front of him was very strong, but Songyu was no longer in the mood to appreciate it. His mind was full of the news he had just heard from Song Weining. The banquet was actually held in the main residence of the Xia family? The Xia family? What's the matter, holding such a grand banquet? Xia Mingxin and Xia Lingshu's matter was still at the forefront of the storm. Moreover, Xia Xinian had just gotten a divorce, and his relationship with the Qin family was extremely awkward. Forget it. Xia Sui hadn't come to a city yet. He would help her boyfriend see what kind of demons and ghosts these were. After Songyu fell ill, he basically only lived in rumors in a city. Everyone only knew that the young master of the Song family was weak and sickly, but they hadn't seen him even once in 10 years. Song Weining was afraid that he would not be used to attending such a banquet alone for the first time, so she specially told the butler. As soon as he entered, he was led to her side by a servant. A complicated and gorgeous crystal chandelier was in the center, shining on the marble floor as smooth as a mirror. The table was full of people dressed in suits and leather shoes. Those who could come here were all big shots in a city. Passing through the crowd, Songyu saw Song Weining. She seemed to be waiting for him at this place. Sitting in a corner, her chestnut-colored curly hair fell to her waist, her skin was snow-white, and her blue high-end evening gown made her look elegant and noble. Song Weining was really worried about her precious brother after rejecting the courtesy of a bunch of plastic sisters. She sat on the sofa and waved at him. Come here. The main hall was huge, and everything was resplendent and luxurious. With her status as a Song Weining, even if she was sitting in such an inconspicuous place, she would still attract a lot of attention. However, she was known for her arrogance and willfulness in the socialite circle. Seeing that she refused to talk to a group of people with a displeased expression, the people around her could only watch silently and did not dare to disturb her. After all, the daughter of the Song family did indeed have the right to do so. Songyu was wearing a white suit and a blue tie with a Windsor knot. He looked noble and delicate. He sat next to Song Weining with a cold expression. The waiter brought a glass of champagne, but Song Weining rejected it first. No, my brother doesn't drink this. When attendanting heard the word little brother from her mouth, he was slightly stunned, but it was only for a second before he returned to normal, nodded with a smile, and left. Not only was waitering stunned, but the people who had been secretly observing them were also stunned. Younger brother, Song Weining's younger brother, other than the mysterious third young master of the Song family, who else did she have a younger brother? Song Weining was too lazy to care about those people's surprise. As an older sister, she decided to talk to Songyu face to face and speak earnestly. Don't harm my parrot in the future. If Dad hears about it, my Xiaolan will probably be plucked and stewed. It's fine if you hate it, but don't implicate the innocent and teach it those nonsensical words. Songyu was shocked and asked her back, don't you think your sweet words are even more nonsensical? Song Weining said, sweet words are always the most beautiful words in the world. Songyu did not want to chat with her. His focus was on the Xia family, and he did not want to talk about Zhao Ziyu at all. He leaned on the sofa and asked Song Weining in a low voice, point out the Xia family members at the scene to me. Song Weining had always acted like a socialite at banquets. If she could eat less, she would eat less. Usually, she was with a group of plastic sisters and listened to them brag about those things that she was tired of hearing. Now that she was sitting here alone and bored, she was also interested when Songyu asked her. She sat up straight and looked around. The Xia family is huge and there are quite a lot of people. Now, the guests here are a few cousins. Do you see the man at the door? He's eldest young master Xia's only son, Xia Su. His father is a good-for-nothing, but he's very smart and capable. Xia Mingxin just destroyed Xinrui and hooked up with his aunt. Xianxia is now divorced and has no other children. If Xia Mingsen steps down, there's a high chance that he'll be the third-generation heir of the Xia family. Song Yu looked over. The tall man standing at the door had the excellent genes of the Xia family. He was handsome and tall. Wearing a black suit, he looked even more capable and calm. According to Song Weining, Xiasu should be flushed with success. However, it was obvious that although the man's smile was appropriate, his expression couldn't hide the anxiety. Not necessarily. As a prophet who was familiar with the original novel and had the buff of dreaming, Song Yu looked away. Song Weining wasn't surprised. I'm just saying there's a high chance. Old Master Xia has been a playboy since he was young. Who knows how many mistresses he has? He has 7 or 8 grandchildren on the surface, not to mention those outside. Who knows who will be the last one? Besides, didn't Xianxia say that he has an illegitimate son? Song Yu felt a little uncomfortable when she heard that the illegitimate son was actually there. She changed the topic and asked, has Xia Lingshu appeared? Song Weining raised her chin. Of course, she's there. Look, what a beauty who stands aloof from worldly affairs. Xia Lingshu sat quietly at the table in the middle of the banquet hall. The rumors outside didn't seem to affect her at all. She was different from the pitiful and haggard appearance on television. She wore a snow-white dress, and her long black hair fell behind her back. There was a faint smile on her face, and she was calm and collected when communicating with others. She had a clear conscience. Looking at her, Song Yu almost believed that she was a pure and innocent woman. Song Weining said, this little aunt of the Xia family isn't a simple character. 2 years ago, she drove her stepmother crazy. Song Yu, what? Song Weining, didn't I tell you that all the women in the Xia family are crazy? Old Master Xia's last wife was also a small celebrity. She wasn't even 20 years old. She moved out within a year of living in the Xia family and is now in a mental hospital. I heard that there wasn't anyone in the main residence at that time, and only Xia Lingshu came home frequently. It's obvious who did it. At this point, she lowered her voice and said, the Xia family has this kind of curse. Everyone who marries in is abnormal in the end. Qin Shiyun seems to have some mental problems now. Song Yu wasn't unfamiliar with the name Qin Shiyun. After all, she was the woman who killed Xia Sui's mother. He hadn't asked her about what happened after Qin Shiyun and Xia Xinyan's divorce. Qin Shiyun has moved out of the Xia family? Song Weining, I think so. I think it's better not to think about this seriously. Really, just watch the show. Bring it into the story. The 3 of them can anger you to death. She didn't have any filter for Su Qiao, so her evaluation was very objective. As a woman, she didn't hate or sympathize with him. She was deceived by a man she didn't know about, and she was his mistress for so long. She even ran away from home and gave birth to a child. How did the Su family raise such a naive and unaffected daughter? Miss Perfect was cheated of her money and body by a poor boy. Other than the fact that Xianxia was powerful and not a poor boy, this kind of news was too apartment. Song Yu's lips twitched. He was a little curious. Has the Qin family been invited? Song Weining took a look and shook his head. No, the 2 families are in an awkward situation. But the Su family is here. I think the main purpose of this banquet is still Xianxia. Someone walked over. She tucked her curly hair behind her ear and whispered to Song Yu, it's the woman beside Xia Lingshu, the second daughter of the Su family, Su Shiren. Song Yu looked over again and saw the woman with her black hair tied up beside Xia Lingshu. Actually, Su Shiren was quite good-looking, but next to the dazzling Xia Lingshu, she looked very ordinary. She was a few years older than Xia Lingshu and had a gentler and more stable temperament. The 2 of them were chatting happily now. Su Shiren's appearance was really not outstanding. Su Qiao was a famous beauty back then. It was hard to imagine how the 2 daughters of the Su family, born of the same parents, could be so different. Song Weining's news was very widespread because even if she did not deliberately ask around, the gossip would still spread. She muttered in puzzlement, what's Su Shiren doing? The Xie family is the culprit who killed her biological sister. Why is she still trying to get close to Xia Lingshu now? She was even more puzzled. Xia Lingshu too. Has she changed? Hasn't she always been arrogant? In any case, after saying that to Song Weining's thoughts became firmer. He thought for a while and said, Dad and Mom won't tell you, but I have to remind you that you must stay away from the Xia family. Song Yu was speechless. What should he do? He felt that Xia Sui would be endlessly troubled by her sister. All the guests were seated, and the banquet officially began. As the melodious piano music sounded, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. The hall instantly became quiet. The Xia family members standing at the door perked up. The red carpet stretched from the magnificent door to the cobblestone garden path. The last to arrive was tonight's main character. The bodyguard stood on both sides. Xianxia pushed Old Master Xia in a wheelchair. Old Master Xia's hair was white, and he was wearing a suit. He was not in good spirits. After such a big scandal happened in the Xia family, he was so angry that he almost fell ill a few days ago. He had not recovered yet. Facing the full hall of guests, Old Master Xia's expression was old and gloomy. However, Xianxia, who was pushing the wheelchair, smiled slightly. The head of the Xia family, who was in his prime, had a calm and powerful aura. Everyone was on tenterhooks. In the entire city only the Xia, Song, Qin, and Zhao families stood at the top. 90% of the guests present wanted to curry favor with the Xia family. Song Weining was the only one who treated the Xia family's affairs as a joke. The others had been paying attention to the direction of the situation. They did not know who would take over the Xia family after Xia Mingxin fell. They looked at the old man in the wheelchair in shock, and their hearts were in turmoil. One had to know that Old Master Xia had not appeared at any banquet for a long time. What kind of event could invite him here? Song Yu did not understand those twists and turns. He looked at Xianxia and thought that this was Xia Sui's father. Xia Sui looked more like Su Qiao, but his eyes were inherited from Xianxia. At a glance, it was obvious that they were father and son. Romantic and fickle. But this was not the only thing that bombarded the entire city tonight. They slowly walked in. Everyone saw the young man behind Xianxia. The entire hall was silent. The young man was tall and had long legs. His tall and straight body was wrapped in a pure black suit. The lights in the hall were dim, and the moonlight outside shone on his cold and handsome face. The Xia family's signature peach blossom eyes were curved on the outside and curved on the inside. They hid a romantic and affectionate aura, and only gave people a cold and alienated feeling. He stood behind Xianxia. The temperament of the 3 generations of the Xia family was different from each other, but they were incomparably harmonious. The young man's expression was casual, but the smile on his lips was polite. Under the light, he was as noble as a true genius. The guests in the hall seemed to be choked by something. Song Weining was the same. She had been nagging the Xia family just now. At this moment, she was also shocked by this young man. Song Yu, F***CK. Everyone was speculating about the young man's background. The answer was obvious. When they linked it to the recent events in a city. When Xianxia walked in, the lights in the banquet hall lit up again and shone on the man's mature and steady face. He said a few words to welcome the guests and everyone present stood up respectfully. Xianxia's words were perfunctory and he thanked everyone for honoring him with their presence. However, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at the young man. Xianxia didn't say the purpose of the banquet, but the way the 3rd generation of the Xia family appeared had already told the entire city that he had set the banquet in the main residence of the Xia family to welcome the new heir. No one expected that after so many years of fighting among the younger generation of the Xia family, the one who was finally promoted to the position was an illegitimate child who had never shown his face in a city. Illegitimate child. No, Xianxia liked this child so much that he wanted to help him erase this title. His divorce with Qin Shuyun might be the first step. Xianxia began to introduce Xia Sui. His tone was gentle and his eyes were smiling, as if he was really a kind and gentle father. This is my son, Xia Sui. He just returned to a city yesterday. The main purpose of today's banquet is to welcome him back and let everyone get to know each other first. After a moment of shock, everyone clapped stiffly and nodded with a smile. The applause in the banquet hall was scattered. Everyone had ulterior motives. Among them, the Xie family members had the strangest expressions. Every smile revealed uncontrollable anxiety and jealousy, but they wore masks to prevent the beast from running out. Among all the Xie family members, only Xiaolingshu seemed to be smiling sincerely. The smile on her pale face was elegant as she welcomed this nephew together with Sushiren. Song Weining was also shocked. After all, she had stayed in a city for so long and her intuition about certain things was very accurate. She murmured, "Oh my god, Xiaxinian, this is pushing him directly into the teeth of the storm. A bunch of lunatics from the Xie family are eyeing him covetously. Can Xiaosui be safe and sound?" Song Yu didn't even bother to listen to what he said. She took out her phone and felt a ball of fire in her stomach. He looked at the chat history. "Xiaosui, I'm coming to a city tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Is this your so-called tomorrow?" She had only been in a relationship for a short period of time, but she had already learned how to lie. Now that he heard Song Weining contradicting himself, Song Yu turned off his phone and said coldly, "Isn't the Xie family a family of scumbags? Why do you care about his life or death?" Song Weining coughed and said, "We are always a little more tolerant of people with outstanding looks. How can we watch a beautiful young man suffer with our own eyes?" At this point, her eyes suddenly lit up and she tilted her head. "Darling Yu, are you interested in making another friend? Did you hear what Xiaxinian said? It's Xiaosui's first time in a city. You've been ill for a few years, and you don't have many friends here. What a coincidence. It seems that you're about the same age. Why don't you try to get along?" Song Yu was so angry that he wanted to get up and leave. "Song Weining, you're hopeless. Who said to stay away from the Xie family?" Song Weining was reasonable. "He's still young. I just hope that this young man won't be tainted by the big dive out of the Xie family. Bring him home to play more often and let him have less contact with the lunatics of the Xie family." Song Yu looked at the person in the center of everyone's attention and said indifferently, "Do you think he's white now?" Song Weining was stunned. Under the light, the young man in the black suit nodded at everyone. His expression was calm and casual, and the slight smile on his lips was also cold. Well, he had just returned to a city. If he was really Su Qiao's son, he should be nervous, timid, or inferior when faced with such a full house of well-dressed people. But that young man was too calm. He was so calm that it was as if he had never left and was born as the heir of the Xie family, the favored son of God. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Song Weining looked away and sighed after exclaiming how handsome he was. Sigh, forget it. Those who are good-looking are all poisonous. Perhaps the danger of the Xie family is in their blood. After saying that, he turned to educate his younger brother. Learn from him. At the same age, why can't you be like him and shock the entire city? Song Yu was speechless. Xiaosui really made him hold back his anger today. Song Yu said indifferently, "My family is low-key and doesn't like to exaggerate. Didn't he see how many banquets Mother Song wanted to throw for him?" Song Weining laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha. Old Master Xia was not in good health, so he was just going through the motions." After a while, he was pushed away by the servants. The banquet began. Accompanied by soothing music, the politicians, businessmen, and socialites began to chat in small groups or sit down to eat. Those who could talk to the head of the Xie family were basically the few important figures. Xiaxinian's intention was to let Xiaosui get to know these people first. "This is your uncle Song." After Xiaxinian said that, he felt that his son, who he couldn't figure out, stiffened. Xiaosui had met several important figures before, but her performance had always been impeccable. However, when it came to Songziqing, there seemed to be some subtle changes in the atmosphere. Chairman Song was a fire-breathing dragon at home and a heartless old man. However, in front of outsiders, he had always been a cold and domineering president. He didn't smile and had a straight face. His eyes fell on Xiaosui like torches. Xiaosui didn't know what to say for a moment. He had made a deal with Song Ziqing in his previous life and seemed to have cheated him of a sum of money. However, in this life, he had taken a fancy to his precious youngest son. No matter how he thought about it, he had to behave better. Xiaxinian didn't understand the crux of the matter and reminded him with a half-smile. "Are you scared? Call him Uncle Song." Xiaxue didn't need to be reminded. The corners of her lips curled up, and the smile in her dark eyes was pure as if she had seen an elder she had admired for a long time. Hello, Uncle Song. Song Ziqing had been paying attention to this young man since a long time ago. Xianxia, the son of an old fox, was really a little fox with a belly full of evil tricks. However, this little fox tried to pretend to be innocent and harmless in front of him. However, it had to be said that Chairman Song liked the worship and admiration very much. He was in a good mood and said, yes. As an elder, he just politely said a few words. I have a younger son who seems to be about the same age as you. Xiaxue's smile didn't diminish. Well, then I really want to know him. Xiaxinian just remembered some things about Songyu and Jingqing. He sneered slightly and shook his head, but didn't say much. At that time, it was Master Xia who forced him and Su Qiao to have such a tragedy. Even if he didn't agree with the feelings of the younger generation, he didn't want to interfere. After just a few days of contact, he also had some understanding of Xiaxue's character. His thoughts were as deep as his father's, but his paranoia about love was like his mother's. It was just that the Song family wasn't so easy to fool. Chairman Song looked around and said straightforwardly, he came tonight, but I don't know where he went now. Speaking of which, Chairman Song didn't intend to force Songyu to come. After all, there were a lot of muddy waters in the Xia family at this juncture. It was purely because he was too angry that he had to drag him out. However, he also arranged for Song Weining to be by his side at all times. Xiaxue was stunned. He's here too? Why didn't the Song family protect him well and brought him to a messy place like the Xia family? Chairman Song's eyesight was very good, or it could be said that the father and son had a telepathic connection. At a glance, he saw Song Weining sitting on the sofa in the corner, ignoring all the pastries on the table and only drinking water, and Songyu, who was bored to death and was forced to listen to his sister's gossip. He thought about how other people's sons had already started to be brought to banquets to socialize, while his own son only knew how to bicker with him. Chairman Song's self-esteem as an old man had been dealt a blow. He was furious and casually called out to a waiter. Go and call Songyu over. Before the waiter could answer, Xiaxue had already said, no need. Uncle Song. I'll go look for him. Chairman Song narrowed his eyes. Xiaxue's eyes were dark as she smiled calmly and said, I really want to get to know him. Chairman Song, ? Chairman Song suddenly regretted it. He didn't want these two to get to know each other anymore. Although his son's mouth could anger people to death, he didn't have so many crooked thoughts. He was pure and his emotions were written all over his face. Would the son of that old fox, Xiaxinian, lead his son astray? I'll call him over. He wanted to watch from the side. Songyu's perfunctory attitude made Song Weining feel bored. She asked him, are you really not interested in getting to know people? Songyu, I'm not interested. Song Weining felt that she couldn't complete the task given by her father. She sighed. Forget it. She and Songyu sat together. Basically, people with a little bit of status in a city would know Songyu's identity. In the future, there would be various jewelry exhibitions, auctions, and charity dinners. Song Weining took Songyu to a university last time, so she knew the power of her brother's face. She thought that Songyu wouldn't have to worry about no one in Jing City. Now that she was bored, she asked him, what does your girlfriend look like in Jing City? She is so young, but she has fascinated you so much. Songyu was annoyed by Xiaxue and said coldly, not good. She can't be more ordinary. Song Weining blinked, but after all, she was not so picky about girls. She was very tolerant. She must have a very good character. Songyu took a sip of ice water. Don't. Her character is not good. Song Weining sucked in a breath of cold air. Souls are interesting? Songyu, if it can make you angry every time. Song Weining shook the goblet and was stunned. How did you fall in love with each other? But before Songyu could give an answer, a servant came over and said that Chairman Song wanted to see him. Song Weining breathed a sigh of relief and gloated. What's going to come will come. Songyu twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that Chairman Song was so bored that he began to meddle in his personal life. Songyu didn't realize that something was wrong until he walked over. After politely greeting several uncles, Chairman Song said, "Come, let's get to know each other. This is your Uncle Xia's son, Xia Sui." Songyu, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his reunion with Xia Sui in a city would be hosted by his father. "Dad, you'll regret it in the future." Standing opposite him was tonight's main character. He was dressed in a black suit and looked handsome and elegant. When Xia Sui saw him, he seemed to be stunned for a moment, but he quickly hid it and politely extended his hand to him. His fingers were slender and cold. He smiled and said, "Songyu." Chairman Song's gaze was so hot that it almost pierced a hole in his body. Chairman Song cared about his face, and his gaze was saying, "If you dare to be a demon, you're finished." Songyu gritted his teeth and reached out to shake Xia Sui's hand. He felt that Xia Sui used too much strength. When Xia Xinian saw this, he said, "You juniors go play first. I still have something to say to your Uncle Song." Chairman Song wanted to say something but hesitated. He felt that something was wrong, but when he thought of Songyu's words during the day, "I enjoy that feeling of loneliness," he immediately swallowed the words that he wanted to say. "This brat. Can't I teach you a lesson?" Xia Sui couldn't ask for more. He reluctantly let go of the child's hand and smiled. "Okay. Songyu, what a hammer." He felt his teeth itch when he thought of how happy he was last night. He couldn't wait and couldn't sleep. He was worried that Xia Sui would be too tired and didn't send him a message the entire day. He even took the initiative to get to know the Xia family, thinking that he could help Xia Sui a little when he came to a city. In the end, he said that he would arrive tomorrow, so he would probably see him the day after tomorrow. Was it necessary for him to hide it from him? Why didn't he want to see him earlier? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After Songyu left the sight of the elders, he quickened his pace and walked in front. Along the way, the passers-by kept looking at the two of them. After all, Xia Sui was tonight's main character. When Songyu and Song Weining sat together, everyone guessed his identity. Both of them were the focus of everyone's attention. But looking at their tit-for-tat posture, everyone was confused. Did they have a grudge against each other? Xia Sui deliberately slowed down her pace and waited for Songyu to cool down. The banquet hall on the first floor wasn't limited to this place. Opposite the main entrance was an exit that connected to a long corridor that led to another magnificent banquet hall. The long corridor was quiet and empty. Flowers and plants grew wild, and only the faint moonlight shone on the marble floor in the middle. Songyu didn't know where he was going. He was really afraid that he would fall ill from anger. Xia Sui couldn't hold it in and held his hand from behind. "Don't be angry. I'm sorry." His voice was gentle and helpless, and the night wind blew into his ears. The alienated and cold young man was unbelievably gentle in front of his lover at this moment. Songyu wanted to break free, but he couldn't. After calming down for 2 seconds, he stared at him with his light-colored eyes and said indifferently, "Don't. Why are you apologizing? Young Master Xia didn't do anything wrong." Even young Master Xia came out. It seemed that he was really angry. Xia Sui smiled and approached him. "I wanted to give you a surprise." Songyu laughed. "Haha. There was no one here, and they were in the dark." Xia Sui secretly held his fingers with one hand and felt the delicate skin between the young man's fingers. She said softly, "I didn't expect to make you angry." Songyu was shocked. Looking at his movements, he wondered what Xia Sui wanted to do. There were many expensive flowers planted outside the corridor. The cold winter wind carried a faint fragrance, but the breath on his cheeks was hot. Xia Sui held his fingers with one hand and hugged his waist with the other. Her back leaned against the cold pillar. His voice was low and hoarse. "I'll explain later. But now, I really want to kiss you." Songyu, suddenly, the air around him was occupied. Perhaps it was the longing that had accumulated for so long that this kiss came fiercely. The moment his lips were sealed, Songyu's eyes widened. He felt like he was in a world of ice and fire. Behind him was a cold stone pillar, and in front of him was a warm body. After a moment of confusion, Songyu reacted. He was still angry. F***ck. "Can't you change boyfriends?" There was a lively and noisy banquet in front and behind them. The two of them kissed passionately in the corridor. Perhaps it was because Xiaxue hugged him so tightly that she almost melted into his arms. The turbulent and undisguised longing poured out. Their uncontrollable emotions made him hear each other's beating hearts clearly in the silence of the night. Songyu's anger slowly dissipated. At the end of the kiss, Songyu opened his mouth and panted slightly. Songyu was almost suffocated by the kiss. The corners of his eyes were a little red, and his light-colored pupils were glowing. He looked like a small beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. His expression was very fierce, but Xiaxue's heart softened when she saw him. Xiaxue looked down at him, her eyes full of gentle and affectionate smiles. She licked her lips and said, "Yu is so sweet." Songyu's ears were red. He gritted his teeth and hooked his tie, letting him come closer to him. "You're done kissing. Explain." Xiaxue held his waist and stood him up. She said, "I want to give myself a day to deal with the Xia family's matters before looking for you." Songyu felt dizzy just listening to the 2 or 3 people Song Weining mentioned. The corners of his mouth twitched. Deal with the Xia family's matters in a day? Are you kidding me? Xiaxue didn't explain. Of course, a day wasn't enough. He had only convinced old Master Xia yesterday. "I think I'll see you again in the form of a visit." Songyu was rendered speechless by his words. Xiaxue hugged him, but she smiled and whispered in his ear, half coaxing and half coaxing him, "Don't be angry." Songyu's ears were hot and numb. Damn it. Why did he always have no way to deal with Xiaxue? Forget it, forget it. If she didn't pamper her boyfriend, who would she pamper? Songyu pressed his shoulder and pushed him away. He looked to the side in embarrassment until he was sure that no one was around. He tidied up his messy suit shirt and said to him, "Don't hide everything from me next time." Xiaxue chuckled. "Yes, sir." When they returned to the banquet hall, as the host, Xiaxue was called over by old Master Xia to say something. While the butler turned around, Xiaxue quickly kissed Songyu on the cheek and said, "Wait for me." Songyu blushed and pushed him. "What's wrong with you?" He drank a few glasses of ice water. After making sure that his expression had returned to normal, he sat back down with Song Weining. After he left, Song Weining did not hold back anymore. She called her best friend over for a chat. It was Hua Yan from Xingchen Entertainment last time. Song Yu's expression was the same as usual, but there was still something different. Song Weining looked at him from when he walked over to when he sat down. She asked in a daze, "What happened to your mouth?" Song Yu's expression did not change. "I was bitten by a mosquito when I was outside." Hua Yan laughed out loud and repeated softly, "Mosquito?" Song Weining shook her head. "TSK, do you know what kind of classic line that is? In TV dramas, the female lead and the male lead have an affair. They all use this to brush off ignorant people." Song Yu. Oh. Director Song's heart did not waver. "Aren't you an ignorant person?" Song Weining joked. "If you weren't so dead set on your girlfriend, I would have suspected that you were having an affair." Song Yu. "You guys talk. Don't worry about me." Hua Yan asked, Yu, I heard that you left with Zhao Ziyu at the film city last time?" Song Yu looked up. "Yes." Hua Yan sighed. "I should have sent someone to follow you at that time." Song Weining and Hua Yan had been best friends since childhood. Of course, they had told each other everything, including how Song Yu had abused her parrot and taught it to say those crazy words. Therefore, Hua Yan also knew that Song Yu hated Zhao Ziyu. However, Song Yu and Zhao Ziyu had not seen each other for so many years. She thought that the conflict between them was caused by the dispute last time. Suddenly, she felt quite guilty. When they mentioned Zhao Ziyu, Song Yu suddenly realized that Zhao Ziyu was also there. He even saw Xiaxue, F***ck. How would he react? Song Weining glanced at him and sighed helplessly. "Don't look like that. Zhao Ziyu is the only son and heir of the Zhao family. He's busy. If you don't want to see him, he doesn't have time to see you either. Anyway, you won't meet him often in the future. Don't worry." However, just as Song Weining finished speaking, a voice that was between a teenager and a young man sounded above them. It was gentle and cold. Songyu, let's talk. Song Weining looked up in a daze. Songyu also tilted his head. Zhao Ziyu. Songyu. Song Weining, what a jinx. It just so happened that Zhao Ziyu bumped into him. He just remembered this matter. He got up from the sofa. Okay, let's talk outside. There was a square pond in the garden outside the main entrance. The trees next to it were full of lanterns. There was a swing by the pond. Songyu didn't have much to talk to him. He just wanted to say, don't provoke my boyfriend. However, Zhao Ziyu beat him to it and said, you and Xie are already together? Songyu swallowed his words. Yes. Zhao Ziyu's gaze fell on his lips, but he quickly looked away. You've always been afraid of me. What are you afraid of? Songyu, don't flatter yourself, okay? I just hate you. It's not that complicated. Zhao Ziyu looked at the night sky. The moonlight was beautiful and clear. He said, didn't you always think that there was something strange about me coming back? Songyu looked at him indifferently. Zhao Ziyu, I said that I'm here for you. Aren't you curious at all why I'm here for you? He tilted his head and smiled. You're not the only one with memories of your past life. You're not the only one with memories of your past life. Songyu was stunned. His pupils constricted and then slowly widened. After a long time, he smiled to himself. The arrogance that he had been suppressing suddenly erupted. He took a step forward, grabbed Zhao Ziyu's clothes, and threw him to the tree next to him. Then, he punched him. I didn't do anything to you because I felt that I couldn't convict you of something that hasn't happened yet. But you still remember. That's great. Songyu's clear eyes were cold and crazy. Idiot, is it fun to imprison people? Zhao Ziyu was stunned. He looked up abruptly and met Songyu's eyes. The young man's eyes were very beautiful, but there was a hint of hostility in them. Other than disgust, there was no other emotion. They were cold and angry, almost exactly the same as the pair of eyes in his memory. His heart suddenly twitched, and he felt a sharp pain. When Songyu punched him in the face, Zhao Ziyu did not resist. Songyu had always been ruthless when he hit people. He grabbed Zhao Ziyu's collar and slammed him into a tree. His voice was cold. So, what do you want to tell me? You also have the memories of your previous life. Isn't it too late for us to settle the score now? Zhao Ziyu let out a muffled groan, but his brown eyes were calm, as if he did not care about this embarrassment at all. He asked, imprisoned? Songyu sneered. Do you still want me to help you remember? The island, were you also shot by Xie? Zhao Ziyu's face was blue and red from the slap. He took a deep breath and reached out to grab Songyu's wrist. Let's talk first. Your memory might be wrong. Songyu broke free coldly. He was so strong that he almost broke Zhao Ziyu's arm. You should be glad that you are in the Xie family now. Zhao Ziyu stared at him and said in a deep voice, I know that telling you everything will make you hate me even more, but I already feel guilty towards you. I'm only saying this because I don't want you to repeat the same mistakes. Songyu retorted. You still feel guilty? Did my death in my previous life have something to do with you? If you don't want to repeat the same mistake, the best way is to kill you now. Zhao Ziyu pulled his painful facial muscles and smiled. Sure enough, he was still the same as in his previous life. He was as arrogant and sharp as a knife. He looked up and did not say anything, but as a qualified negotiator, he knew how to make Songyu listen to him. His voice was soft and calm. You and Xie are together. He only brings you bad luck. Hearing the words Xie from Zhao Ziyu's mouth, Songyu was silent for a while. The young man stood upright, tall and thin. The garden was quiet, and ripples on the lake was rippling in the wind. Zhao Ziyu said, I did not imprison him. He was the one who found that island. At that time, I just wanted to have a chat with him. Zhao Ziyu asked, how many memories do you have of your previous life? Songyu's face was so pale that it was almost transparent under the moonlight. How many memories did he have? His memories of his previous life? Actually, when he thought about it carefully, there was really very little. It was all about Xie. When he was young, he first met her in the manor. When he grew up, he caught a glimpse of her at a banquet. Then, they met again abroad. Finally, he was locked in a warehouse by Qin Mo on a rainy day. He could not piece together a complete story. After he and Xia Sui met abroad, there was a blank space. Did he return to China for some reason? Then he met Xia Sui again and rekindled their childhood friendship? Did Qin Mo take revenge on him because he was too close to Xia Sui? In fact, his memory track was normal even in the original work. In the book, it was a reunion abroad. He enlightened Xia Sui and made him feel relieved. His piecing together of his previous life was nothing more than these messy memories and 008's inadvertent slip of the tongue. But in the end, he still relied on the original book, Gentle Control, and Gentle Control was wrong in his previous life. How ironic. 008 said that they were friends in their previous lives, and Song Yu only dared to think that they were friends. Song Su said so many things, but the sentence that left the deepest impression on him was, "Don't provoke Xia Sui. You and she are in two completely different worlds." Yes, they were in two completely different worlds. At that time, Xia Sui had experienced too much darkness. She alienated and coldly rejected everyone's approach. She also had the same attitude towards him in the hospital. The most normal situation he could think of in China was a nodding acquaintance at a banquet or a business cooperation in a company meeting room. In his previous life, he did not have that kind of feeling towards Xia Sui. Xia Sui even forgot about her childhood. How could two people like them love each other? Song Yu suddenly felt tired and annoyed. He was disgusted by these previous lives, by the system and by the main god. Without these, he and Xia Sui would simply meet in Jing City and fall in love with each other. The biggest problem they faced was the opposition of their families. However, Chairman Song was easily soft-hearted, and his sister's willpower was not firm. They would be together smoothly, graduate, go to the same university, and then be together for the rest of their lives. Zhao Ziyu. Song Yu looked at the bruises on his face. For the first time, he was calm and not angry. "You don't have to talk to me. I don't want to hear about your previous life." Zhao Ziyu was so angry that he laughed. For the first time tonight, his brown eyes showed anger. "Because I said that Xia Sui would bring you bad luck, so you don't want to hear it?" He stood up and took a step forward. "Do you want to know how you died in your previous life, Yu?" Zhao Ziyu's smile was a little cruel, light and cruel. "It's all Xia Sui's fault." Song Yu looked at him quietly with her shallow eyes. Zhao Ziyu said, "If it weren't for him, you would have gone abroad to receive the best treatment and waited for the day of full recovery. You stayed in China alone for him, and he didn't even spare the time to take care of you. Didn't you trust him very much? Then with Xia Sui's mind and means, if he really valued you, how could he let you fall into that situation? He wasn't even with you when you were sick. It was your brother who called me in a city and asked me to take care of you. Taking care of me when I was sick. Was he really a sick person in his previous life?" Song Yu looked at him for a long time. After a long time, he laughed. His tone was a little slow, gentle and slow. "I say, why do you like to break up other people's marriages so much?" He really felt that Zhao Ziyu was hopeless. He said lightly, "Even if we break up, he won't like you. He won't like you either." Zhao Ziyu suddenly laughed, as if he was mocking and ridiculing. "When did I want him to like me?" After being reborn, it seemed that the magic had disappeared. The first time he noticed Xia Sui, it was also at a banquet like today. The god's favored son was cold and eye-catching. When the people next to him raised their glasses and said to him, "Master Zhao, I'm afraid you have one more competitor." He smiled politely but didn't take it seriously. But later on, Xia Sui's rapid growth surprised him. Probably because he was young and frivolous and competitive, he noticed it after a few times. The Song and Zhao families were old friends. Although Song Su was older than him, they were more like peers. Song Su said, "The one in the Xia family is more sinister than his uncles." He didn't take it seriously. How can an illegitimate son be open and aboveboard if he can get to where he is now? Song Su said, "Are you interested in him?" He smiled, "Just a lot of business." He thought for a while and asked Song Su, "Where's Song Yu? Where did he go?" Song Su rolled his eyes, "Outside." When he went outside, Songyu was sitting in a sports car and seemed to be planning to leave. A woman with a slender waist clung to his neck and looked at him seductively. "Handsome, are you interested in a hot and exciting car ride with me?" Songyu was very clean. He took away her hand. "Car accident? Don't. You want to die, but I don't want to go to jail." The seductive woman was speechless and swallowed the shock in her throat. He was amused and looked at her from afar. When did that kind of bewitchment start? Probably after he found out that Songyu and Xiaxue were together. Unbelievably, uncontrollable anger gushed out, jealousy grabbed his heart, and unwillingness grew crazily. Who was he jealous of? At that time, he was given a choice. There was a crazy voice in his ear hypnotizing him, and he thought that he liked Xiaxue. He wanted to cut off their relationship with his own hands. He wanted to send Songyu back. The Song family's foundation moved, and the whole family was abroad. He just wanted him to have a good sleep and go back to recuperate. There was a very small amount of alcohol in the drink. He even asked Songyu's personal doctor indirectly. However, when Songyu noticed, he was stunned and looked at him blankly. At that time, they had a good relationship. To Songyu, he might not be on good terms with her, but he was definitely not a stranger and someone she could trust. The glass was broken on the ground, and his face was splashed. Songyu put on his windbreaker and went out with a cold face to take a taxi back to the place where he and Xiaxue were temporarily staying. He was angered by Songyu's gaze. He took a deep breath and contacted Qin Mo. If he had known that Qin Mo was such a lunatic, he thought, he would never have made that call. Songyu. Zhao Ziyu called his name. Songyu didn't have a watch, so he didn't know the time. However, he felt that this boring conversation was over, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Zhao Ziyu didn't say the emotions hidden in his heart and the vague love and hate that was forcefully influenced in his previous life. He knew that Songyu didn't care at all. He just said calmly, "Stay away from Xiaxue, Yu. He will only bring you disaster." Even if he didn't, there was still Qin Mo, Sun Heguang, and the so-called system, a system that existed in his mind and could even influence his thinking in his previous life. He would deal with it himself, but he was afraid that Songyu would get hurt because of it. Songyu stopped in his tracks. He couldn't take it anymore and raised his head. He wanted to retort, "Hurry up and shut up, idiot. Otherwise, I'll be the one bringing disaster to you." However, when he looked forward, he was stunned. Next to him was a swing covered with vines, hanging lights on the trees, and the lake reflected a clear shadow. Xiaxue stood there, listening for a long time. There was a moment of silence. Xiaxue glanced at Zhao Ziyu behind him. Zhao Ziyu also saw him. 008 said that his soul had met his lover, but his gaze was cold as if he couldn't wait to kill him. Songyu's head was stuck. He said that he would wait for Xiaxue, but he ran out to hit someone and was caught. It was too embarrassing. He wanted to explain. However, Xiaxue didn't seem to need him to explain. She smiled slightly, lowered her eyes, and took his cold hand as if nothing had happened. "Let's go in first. It's quite cold outside." Songyu felt that even if he was smiling, he didn't seem to be very happy. Suddenly, his heart was quietly raised. When they went in, just in time for Song Weining to find him. As the banquet was coming to an end, Song Weining saw that Songyu had been out for so long and wanted to look for him. She pulled her best friend to look for him together. However, just as she walked to the door, she saw Songyu and Xiaxue come in together. Song Weining. Huayan. Song Weining, you, she was stunned. Her eyes were wide open and full of disbelief. The two teenagers, one in black and one in white, looked outstanding and very eye-catching. However, the point was that the young master of the Xia family in the black suit was the main character of the entire banquet just now, the person her brother clearly expressed that he didn't like. Also, why did her proud and stubborn brother feel guilty now as if he had been caught doing something bad? Xiaxue was calm and elegant. He calmly explained, "Hello, sister. Songyu and I are classmates in Jing City." Song Weining was happy and sad to be called sister. However, the young man in front of her was too good-looking, so she was more than happy. She coughed. What about your brother Zhao? Didn't you just go out and chat with him? Xiaxue smiled faintly, but the air was a few degrees colder. Song Yu's wrist was hurt by his grip. Song Yu was so wrong that she had nothing to say. What can I say to Zhao Ziyu? We separated very quickly. In fact, Song Weining was just asking casually. She was obviously more interested in Xiaxue. Although the Xia family was dangerous and poisonous, they were good-looking. Besides, he was her brother's classmate. At least at this age, he was cute. She was so excited that she directly ignored the two people holding hands. She just thought that Xiaxue happened to pull her back. Oh, I see. Your sister Huayan and I just wanted to go out to look for you. It's good that you are back. She didn't mention that the banquet was about to end. She warmly asked Xiaxue to sit with her. Xiaxue's image in front of Song Yu's family was very good. He was polite and modest. At first glance, they could tell that he was a polite and noble young master. Song Weining was jealous. They were the same age, but why was there such a big gap between them? Sitting there, Song Yu didn't say a word. He ate quietly. Song Weining excitedly asked all kinds of questions, and Xiaxue patiently answered. Although she wasn't very enthusiastic, she was definitely not cold. Song Yu sighed in his heart. He felt that Xiaxue was angry with him. They were really interesting tonight. Every dog has its day. Song Weining couldn't find a topic to talk about. Her eyes turned and suddenly lit up. She then remembered a problem that had been troubling her. She could get some information from Xiaxue about her younger brother's girlfriend who he was hiding. Xiaxue, you are classmates. You should know my brother's girlfriend, right? Song Yu almost choked on the food in his mouth. Xiaxue, yes. Song Weining, do you have a photo? Anyway, I will have to meet her sooner or later. I don't know why someone is hiding. I heard from someone that his girlfriend is average-looking and has a bad personality. She always makes him angry. Really? Song Yu, Xiaxue was silent for a moment. Then, she looked up and smiled. Maybe. Song Weining, do you have a photo? Xiaxue took out her phone. Look for it. Her slender finger swiped a few times on the screen. Xiaxue turned off the screen and shook her head. Sorry, I didn't save it. Song Weining sighed regretfully. At this moment, Song Yu's phone rang. Song Yu, his phone was on the table. After being teased by Xiaxue at the hot pot restaurant and calling him hubby, he was so angry that he called Xiaxue wife. Now, the phone screen lit up and popped up. Song Weining chuckled and urged him. Message. Huayan joked, speak of the devil. Song Yu could feel Xiaxue's gaze on him. His body stiffened and he didn't want to care about the phone. Xiaxue said indifferently, do you dislike your girlfriend so much? You don't even look at the message now? Song Weining didn't agree with his actions. She said earnestly and a little proudly, don't be like this. Our Song family has never produced a scumbag. After saying that, she subconsciously glanced at Xiaxue and reflexively recalled her previous conclusion that the Xia family had produced scumbags since ancient times. Song Yu had no choice but to take the phone and open the message. His girlfriend said. Stay tonight. Song Weining's eyes lit up. What did she say? Song Yu's ears were a little red, but he still said calmly, what can she say? She said that she misses me. Song Weining and Huayan, TSK. After the banquet ended, Song Yu was still thinking about how to persuade Chairman Song, but in the end, he didn't even need to do anything. When they were sending the guests off, Xiaxue pretended to casually roll up her sleeves a little, and the watch appeared in front of everyone. When Chairman Song saw it for the first time, he almost spat out the wine in his mouth. Song Yu was dumbfounded and held his forehead helplessly. Chairman Song suppressed his irritable temper and didn't ask. Later on, Xiaxue suggested that she and Song Yu were classmates and wanted Song Yu to stay the night. Chairman Song didn't want to bother with the unfilial son who had deceived him. Stay. How can I control him? Chairman Song angrily waved his hand and left. Of course, not long after the car left the Xia family's residence, Chairman Song regretted it. After his anger, He came to his senses and felt that the kid from the Xia family wasn't a good person. However, since he had already spoken, he couldn't take back his words. He couldn't lose face, so he could only tell the driver to pick up the young master from the Xia family's residence early tomorrow at 5 o'clock. No later. Looking at his father's angry back, Songyu knew that he would have to face his father's anger and explain himself when he got back. What else could he do with a scheming girlfriend? Xianxia had no objection to Songyu staying. The other members of the Xia family were stunned for a long time. Obviously, they were shocked by the news. Songyu? Song Ziqing's youngest son? How did Xia Sui know him? But the Xia family was good at pretending. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and greeted him with smiles. Then they drove away with their own ulterior motives. They didn't want to stay here any longer. Old Master Xia went upstairs early and asked the servant to call Xia Sui to the study after the banquet. Songyu felt that this old master was quite troublesome. Xia Sui had to leave halfway. Only Xianxia was left here. As half the host, she took the initiative to lead Songyu to the guest room. She stood up and smiled. Young Master Song, come with me. Xianxia was undoubtedly very beautiful. Her skin was smooth under the light. She was wearing a snow-white gauze dress and her black hair was like clouds. Songyu didn't dare to show his relationship with Xia Sui too obviously. He nodded. The main house of the Xia family was very large. Except for the servants, there were very few members of the Xia family living here. It was empty like a gorgeous shell. After leaving the banquet hall and bypassing the garden, Xianxia took him to a small, exquisite villa. The place that was bustling just now suddenly became quiet and cold. The cobblestones were laid flat on the road. The street lamp next to it shone cold white light. The servant walked in front with a lamp. Xianxia tilted her head and asked him, "You and Sui are classmates. Can you live together?" Songyu had always been wary of this aunt of the Xia family. After all, he heard nothing good about her from Song Weining. Yes. Xianxia's eyes lit up and she smiled like a gentle elder. What a coincidence. You and Sui have just returned to a city. Since you both know each other in Jing City, Sui won't be lonely in the future. Songyu pursed his lips, his expression calm. The night breeze was gentle. Winter nights were still a little cold. When they came out, Xianxia put on a coat and said, "Actually, I feel sorry for Sui. He grew up alone in Jing City and suffered a lot at such a young age." Xianxia said, "When I found out about this, I didn't rest well for a long time. I thought I was getting a sensitive little nephew whose childhood scars would take us 5, 10, even 20 years to heal. I didn't expect Sui to surprise us." Songyu twitched the corners of his mouth. Did they bully him because he just came to Jing City and didn't know what kind of monsters the Xia family was? Don't, sister. You've just been exposed to a scandal a few days ago. Xianxia said gently, "Songyu, was he like this when you first met him in Jing City?" Songyu was bored, so he answered, "What do you mean?" Xianxia's eyes curved, "He's so excellent. I'm really curious about what he experienced in Jing City." Songyu was a little proud. How could his boyfriend not be excellent? At the same time, he felt that Xianxia's speaking skills were really bad. What did she want to know? Xianxia said softly, "Before we came back with Sui, we all wanted to know him well so that we could get along better with him in the future. We investigated his elementary and middle school. Children's malice and cold violence were really shocking. My little nephew really suffered a lot in his childhood. But fortunately, everything got better after he entered high school." Songyu just slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He was annoyed and didn't know what Xianxia wanted to know from him. Xianxia finally said the key slowly. Her tone was always gentle and tender. It was hard to tell whether she was telling the truth or not. She said, "But I'm still very curious. How can a person change so much after a summer vacation? Is it because he met you?" Songyu was a little taller than her. He tilted his head and met Xianxia's smiling eyes. Songyu's face was as cold as frost, and he said lightly, "Maybe." Xianxia didn't know the relationship between him and Xia Sui, and Xianxia wouldn't let her investigate it. She just felt that Xia Sui gave her a strange feeling. she felt great danger and oppression from the boy at first sight. With a woman's intuition, she knew that this little nephew was not simple. All the members of the Xia family, including her, didn't take this illegitimate son seriously at first. After all, in Jing City, he was raised by Su Qiao, a silly woman who only thought about love. What could he do? He would become the target of public criticism and the victim of the Xia family's power struggle. However, things didn't develop in this way. Xia Lingshu's guess was that Xianxia had been secretly raising this illegitimate son. Asking about the Su family and divorcing Qin Qiuyun with great fanfare was just a show. Her third uncle had been secretly cultivating Xia Sui from the beginning to the end, and Xia Sui had been keeping a low profile for so many years. In high school, at the critical moment when Xianxia was about to take her back to a city, she began to reveal her true nature. Asking Songyu now was just to prove her guess. Xia Lingshu said, "Maybe you don't know. Sui has always been a silent and introverted child in junior high school." Songyu was stunned and said, "I know." He had read the original book, Gentle Control. How could he not know Xia Sui's character before? Xia Lingshu smiled, showing a very shallow dimple. "You know. Aren't you curious about why she changed so much? Sui doesn't look like a child who has been autistic for more than 10 years now." Songyu looked straight into her eyes. "I met him this summer. The person I met was the real him. Is there a need to pursue the past?" Xia Lingshu sensed the sharpness of his words and was stunned. She smiled and said, "Of course, there's no need." When they arrived at the villa, the servant went in first and turned on the lights. The decoration of the room was more classical and gloomy. The stairs were covered with blankets to absorb the noise. As a well-mannered hostess, Xia Lingshu considerately asked Songyu if he was hungry. After all, he didn't eat much at the banquet. Songyu was annoyed by her indirect questioning. He shook his head and asked her to leave with a cold attitude. Xia Lingshu left. Songyu didn't bring any clothes to wash up. The servant prepared them for him and took him to the room he was going to sleep in tonight. On the left was the study, and on the right was Xia Sui's bedroom. The servant said, "Young Master Song, do you really not need to eat anything?" Songyu shook his head and took his clothes into the bathroom. While he was taking a shower, a trace of confusion slowly appeared in his clear eyes. Too many things had happened tonight. First, there was Zhao Ziyu, and then there was Xia Lingshu. In fact, the two things were fine individually, but when put together, it was very abnormal. He wanted to abandon the so-called previous lives and tender control and simply have a simple relationship with Xia Sui. Then he realized that her boyfriend wasn't simple either. Did he really know Xia Sui? She had asked herself this question when she first met Xia Sui a few days ago, but she had subconsciously ignored it. According to the original setting of tender control, Xia Sui at this age was a pure and innocent little white flower. However, after dating, he realized that Xia Sui was not a pure and innocent little white flower at all. In fact, except for the first time when they met in the water, when Xia Sui showed a kind and timid side, he didn't even bother to pretend at all. The image of a little white flower had long collapsed into a mess, but he didn't feel that something was wrong at all. Songyu buried his face in the bathtub and forced himself to wake up. He felt that something was wrong. When he came out of the shower and went back to the room, he found that Xia Sui was already back. Xia Sui took off her black suit jacket and unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of her white shirt, revealing her sexy collarbone. Her legs were very long, and she sat casually on the edge of the bed, reading a book in her hand. The lines of her arms were strong, and under the warm light in the room, her cold side profile showed some gentleness. Songyu walked closer and realized that Xia Sui was reading a diary. Sensing the movement, Xia Sui looked up and put away the book. "Are you done showering?" "Yes." Songyu didn't know what to say. When he was in the shower, there was a strong desire in his heart to say all the desires. It was not about the messy dream, but about the book Gentle Control, and the nonsense 008 and the Lord God. Why did they have to hide so many secrets from each other? Songyu opened his mouth. Xia Sui looked at him with her dark eyes with a smile. Her gaze made Songyu feel as if she knew what he was thinking, and his heart skipped a beat. But Xia Sui's expression was gentle, so the feeling of being seen through and being stabbed in the throat faded a lot. Songyu called him a few days ago and said that he would tell him a secret. Now he wanted to say it, but he found that he didn't know how to say it. 008 was simply a bad account. He frowned in distress. Xiaxia said, "Sit here first, you." Songyu pursed his lips and walked over first. Songyu walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, close to Xiaxia. He also saw the diary in his hand clearly. The paper was yellowed, indicating that it had been there for some time. The handwriting on it was small and elegant. It was written by Xiaxui's mother. Seeing the words, it was as if he saw the beautiful and gentle woman from back then, separated by life and death, separated by time. Xiaxia closed the diary, tilted his head, and said with a smile, "I remember you said on the phone that you wanted to tell me a secret. It's a long story, so tell me slowly." Songyu was slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked straight into Xiaxui's dark eyes. He had always liked Xiaxui's eyes. Now, under his quiet gaze, it was like a clear spring that flowed into his heart and soothed all his irritation. He slowly nodded and opened his mouth. "Let me think about where to start first." Xiaxia said gently, "Let's start with your dream." "Dream? No, it's too messy here." Songyu shook his head and then walked down from the bed. His pale feet stepped on the thick red carpet. He walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a piece of paper and a pen. The retro-style desk lamp's orange light was not dazzling. He spread out the white paper, held the pen in his hand, and said half-jokingly, "I'll tell you a tragic story. It's about you. Do you want to hear it?" Xiaxia smiled faintly, walked over, and stood beside him. "Okay, I'm listening." Songyu held the pen. The young man's wrist was thin and white, and the blue veins could be vaguely seen. It looked fragile, and it was hard to imagine how he could exert such great strength. He drew a line on the paper. "Come, this is your timeline. I once read a book called Gentle Control, and the main character was you." Xiaxia lowered his eyes and listened carefully, his expression calm. Songyu drew a note from left to right on the line. "Here is when you were 6 years old." The author didn't write clearly before you were 6 years old, but he used about 3 chapters to briefly explain that you had a childhood sweetheart, which was me. He simply signed his name at the side and pointed the pen at the 2 words Songyu. "You don't remember those memories, but we got along quite well when we were young." Then he broke a point in the timeline. From 6 to 15 years old, you followed Aunt Su to Jing City and were adopted by Grandma Chen. The years between then could be summed up in one word: miserable. Songyu's tone was not heavy, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Then, something worse happened. "I really felt like the author had a grudge against you, and he wrote this book to torture you. When you were in high school, you met Wang Xi. Yes, he was a naive rich second generation. He sat next to you and bullied you. After you sent him to the hospital, he became even more hostile towards you. But he wasn't the worst. Xianxia was worse." Xiaxia listened quietly, his smile still lingering. Xianxia couldn't be described as simple. He was a scumbag. He coveted your appearance, pretended to be a good person, and kept making a good impression in front of you. When you were bullied by Wang Xi, he helped you many times, chatted with you and comforted you from time to time. At that time, your character was inferior and timid. Of course, when you encountered a little light, you grasped it tightly, so you poured out your heart and lungs to him. But he was a scumbag. You were sincere to him, but he was just playing with you. He even set you up when you graduated from high school." Songyu frowned slightly as the image of the young man vomiting while holding on to the telephone pole in the rainy night appeared in his mind again. The tip of the pen stopped at this point in the year of high school and drew a node, almost cutting the paper. He didn't mention those disgusting things, but simply summarized. "You injured Wang Xi and escaped from the apartment. Grandma Chen went out to look for you because you didn't come home too late and got into a car accident." At this point, Songyu tilted his head, wanting to see Xiaxui's expression. However, the young man was against the light, and his expression was hidden in the shadows. He didn't seem to be moved. When he met his hesitant gaze, he only smiled and said, "Continue." Songyu was stunned for a moment. He nodded obediently and continued to hold the pen to break the line. It broke at the part between the third year of high school and his return to the Xia family. University is a new stage. Here, you met another scumbag called Sun Heguang. That's his name, right? I don't remember wrongly. Grandma Chen was hospitalized and needed a lot of medical fees. You worked part-time in university and didn't know how many jobs you had a day. This scumbag was the boss of the hotel you worked at. He had a white moonlight in his heart who looked very similar to you. So when he first met you, he had ulterior motives. At this point, Song-yu seemed to have returned to the time when he was watching Gentle Control. He felt aggrieved and speechless, especially now that Xia Sui was his boyfriend. He had never seen Sun Heguang before. He didn't know if he could discuss with Chairman Song to let Tian Liang Sanpa, haha. You rejected his pursuit, but he didn't give up. In school, he made all kinds of obstacles for you. When he forced you into a corner, the Xia family found you a new node. After that, Song-yu paused for a moment, and then drew a dot a short distance behind her. In the book, after you returned to the Xia family for a period of time, Xia Xinian made you the heir out of guilt. After the dust settled, you felt bad about everything in the country and went abroad for 3 years. Oh, it was during these 3 years that we met again. You were disgusted by Sun Heguang and Qin Mo and your personality was very gloomy. I appeared as your childhood playmate. In the book, I chatted with you for a long time and used childhood memories to comfort you. The corner of Song-yu's mouth twitched as she speechlessly said, enlighten you, pacify the gloom in your heart, let you let go of the past, completely let go of your hatred for Qin Heezan, and become a kind person again. Xia Sui smiled. After Song-yu said the most disgusting part, the rest was easy because he was so angry at that time and didn't read it carefully. When you returned to the country, you appeared in a city as the heir of the Xia family. At this time, you met Zhao Ziyu at the banquet, the one you saw tonight. At this point, Song-yu still felt the need to defend himself. I really didn't hit him for no reason. He really deserved a beating. Xia Sui smiled and said in a deep voice, I believe you. Song-yu's mood finally improved a little and he smiled. The timeline drawn at the beginning was not enough. He held a pen at the end and extended it. There was no need to divide the nodes. Anyway, it was not clear. He said as he extended it. Zhao Ziyu and you were rivals in business. After a while, he liked you, but you didn't like him. At this time, Qin and Sun suddenly repented and felt deeply guilty about what happened in the past. They rushed to apologize to you, but you didn't seem to have forgiven them. So they hated you because of love. The 3 of them worked together to drive you out of the Xia family and imprison you on an isolated island. Song-yu cursed in a low voice, a bunch of idiots. The pen stopped. The rest of the story was from 008's mouth. The original plot of Gentle Control. Song-yu's tone became very complicated. Zhao Ziyu regretted it after imprisoning you. He dealt with Qin and Sun, but he was reluctant to let you go. He chatted with you every day on the island through the door. He also secretly helped you solve the Xia family's problem. In the end, someone from the Xia family came to the island and wanted to shoot you. Zhao Ziyu took a shot for you. Life and death were on the line. At that moment, you were moved. Song-yu almost gritted his teeth when he said the last 4 words. You were moved. Moved my ass. After that, you all went back. At that time, I had already died of illness and was buried in a cemetery in a city. Zhao Ziyu was lying in the hospital in a coma. You came to my grave alone and felt emotional about the death of your childhood sweetheart. In the ending of Gentle Control, you left my grave and went to the hospital where Zhao Ziyu was. You stayed by his bed. Well, I guess he will open his eyes soon to achieve a happy ending. He put away the pen. There was a line drawn by hand on the paper that was not straight. Every node was clearly separated, and each person's name was written next to it. Song-yu was divided according to time, so the range of his name on this line was pathetically narrow. After recalling this story, Song-yu's head was a little empty. He stepped on the blanket and still felt a little cold. Suddenly, he felt that someone sat down next to him. He turned his head in a daze. It was Xia Sui. The chair was very big, just enough to accommodate 2 people. The young man was wearing a shirt and his tie was untied. He looked idle and languid. His expression did not change, as if he had just heard a stranger's story. Xiaxia asked, "Are you done with the story of gentle control?" Songyu was very close to his warm body. After being stuck for half a second, he nodded. "Yes. But I haven't told you about my dream yet." Xiaxia nodded patiently. Songyu took out a blue pen from the drawer, turned around, and continued to write on the white paper and the black timeline. "I dreamed of you every day for a period of time. The first time I dreamed of you, it should be in this range. Not long after you returned to the Xia family, I was chatting with my sister at the banquet and saw you. But at that time I didn't dare to acknowledge you. The second time I dreamed of you was when we met again abroad in the hospital. It seemed that we met because of me. At that time you didn't remember anything about your childhood at all." Songyu smiled and commented, "Young Master Xia is quite unreasonable." The third time. The pen returned to the beginning. "I dreamed of when we were young. The first time we met in the manor, you followed behind me and called me brother. I took you to climb the wall to steal fruits. Then the fourth time." Songyu was a little lost. He did not know which time period it was. Was it when Xiaxia was trapped on the island or when she was trapped on the island? "Do you remember that I was trapped in the auditorium last semester? It was raining heavily. Then I had a dream. I was trapped in a dark room by Qin Mo. This bastard gave me a tube of alcohol. I went out to call you, but before I could finish the call, I fainted. After I fainted, I heard my mother crying and my sister crying and questioning you. You said you were sorry. That was it." Songyu did not know how to deal with 008 and the system, but he had made it clear that he wanted to tell Xiaxia. It was like a big stone in his heart had been lifted. He let out a long sigh and felt comfortable. He turned his head and smiled. His eyes were bright and smiling. "So, actually, I lied to you. Before I came to Jing City to find you, I didn't have any memories of my childhood. I just thought that your high school life was too miserable, so I wanted to help you." When Xiaxia heard the words "a tube of alcohol," he felt his blood turn cold. His heart was throbbing violently. The overwhelming fear and horror in the haunted house reappeared, seeping into his bone marrow and sweeping through his brain. He closed his eyes and felt that his hands were shaking. Songyu had always said that he was miserable in his previous life and had suffered a lot. But now, perhaps this was the time when he was closest to the real pain and suffering. After Songyu finished speaking, he thought of Zhao Ziyu's words. A trace of confusion flashed through his light-colored pupils. He said, "I have always told you that those who approach with ulterior motives have bad intentions. But it seems that my purpose was not simple at the beginning. In our previous life, we were friends until we died. In this life, am I cheating? Because I knew the plot first, I went to find you when you were still young. I treated you well and made you fall in love with me. Was this cheating?" In fact, this question had been bothering him for a long time. It was like taking a guide to conquer Xiaxia. Xiaxia opened his eyes. His eyes were as cold as before, but slightly red. "No." Songyu had a lot to say, but when he saw his red eyes, he suddenly shut up. Xiaxia smiled and reached out to press the back of his head. Her slender fingers inserted into the boy's soft hair. She leaned over and kissed him. Her lips and teeth were biting as if she was venting her uneasiness. The chair's handle imprisoned Songyu's body, leaving him nowhere to escape. He could only passively accept this somewhat uncontrollable kiss. Songyu was stunned. He could feel Xiaxia's hands trembling. He was a little confused. Was her boyfriend scared by the stupid book Gentle Control? Xiaxia ended the kiss, but did not get up. She hugged him tightly and said in a calm and gentle voice in his ear, "We must have loved each other in our previous life. When you came to Jing City, I fell in love with you. It was love at first sight." Songyu was stunned. Then, he heard Xiaxia say after a moment of silence, almost coaxing, You, don't you have anything to ask me?" "Ask what?" Songyu's body stiffened. Xiaolingshu's words flashed through his mind like lightning. "But I'm still very curious. How can a person change so much after a summer vacation? Is it because he met you?" The doubts that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were silent and were about to explode in his head. From the second time they met, the young man no longer hid his true nature, elegant, smiling, gentle, indifferent, undisciplined in his speech, calm and watertight in his handling of matters. At the parking lot, she whispered to him, "Dreams are all fake. When you open your eyes, I will always be by your side." Songyu's throat was dry. As if waking up from a dream, he opened his mouth and said in a voice that did not sound like his own, "Xianshui, that day you asked me to stop dreaming, was it because?" Xianshui sat down and looked at him quietly with eyes as dark as the abyss. Because of what? Songyu had been speechless. Xianshui smiled and lowered her eyes as if to comfort or sigh, saying, "Because I know." Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind, shattering all his rationality and thoughts, leaving only a blank. Xianshui rubbed Songyu's hair and continued. "I know everything about your dreams, your words, and your previous life. I left your grave and did not return to the hospital." Her voice was calm as she spoke of the crazy things in a casual manner. "I was the one who fired the shot that made Zhao Ziyu fall into a coma. How could I fall in love with him? On a rainy night, I left your grave and did not go to the hospital. I died in a car accident on the road. And the story has just begun. I returned to the age of 15, she looked at Songyu gently and patiently. The boy's eyes widened and his vision was unfocused. His face was pale from shock. Xianshui gave him time to recover and said slowly and softly, "I returned to the age of 15, came to meet you, and fell in love with you again." Songyu's mind was blank. All the clues were clear and all the doubts were solved. But his limbs were still stiff and his body was cold. He could not speak. Xianshui knew that her gaze would only put more pressure on Songyu, so she did not look at him. He took the pen from Songyu's hand and his gaze fell on the timeline on the white paper again. The corners of his lips curled up. It was cold and sarcastic, like a knife in the snow, sharp and bone-piercing. "I don't know whose imagination the story of gentle control was, but now, I can restore my reality to you." He continued to hold Songyu's blue pen and began to draw a new line from the place where they met again. "After I was reborn, all my memories of you were formatted, leaving only the simple concept of childhood sweethearts. But it doesn't matter. I have remembered some of it, and I can guess some of it myself." The way he held the brush was steady and elegant, but the words he wrote were cold and sharp. "We met again abroad, but it's impossible for me not to remember what happened when we were young. Maybe I'm lying to you or teasing you, but all of this is to woo you." Songyu was speechless. Xianshui said, "It's just like what you told me when I was 6 years old, when you sat on the iron gate of the orchard. It turns out that I really liked that little sister who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, but I didn't know it." Songyu was speechless. Xianshui's line was as straight as if it was drawn with a ruler. His tone was calm, and his narration was true. "I wasn't sure if I caught up with you, but now, I think we were lovers in my previous life. I caught up with you, and I got what I wanted. We should have fallen in love in China when I left the Xia family. Moreover, I wasn't framed by Zhao Ziyu and the others. When I left, it was just a trap for old Master Xia and Xia Lingshu. Your accident happened at this time." Xianshui looked at that place silently. After a long time, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm so useless." He extended the line and said calmly, "I was never forced to go to the island. Perhaps from the very beginning, I was aiming for Zhao Ziyu, to kill him. There are 2 black and blue lines on the paper, interspersed with the karma, love and hate of the previous life, entangled with the true and false past." Songyu lowered her head and stared blankly, her expression shocked and confused. "He is frightened." Xianshui says, "Who wrote Gentle Control and where did you read it? Can you tell me, Yu?" Songyu steps on the blanket barefoot, feels a chill spread all over his body, and his head is in a mess. He purses his lips and grabs his hair. He makes up his mind and decides to confess, "At first, I thought I was not from this world. I read this book in another world. After sleeping for a while, I transmigrated into this world. There is a thing that claims to be a system. It told me a lot, the general idea is to let me follow the plot, but I didn't listen. I chose to go to Jing City to find you, and then it was very angry and disappeared. When it came back, it told me not to like you, but I still like you, and it left angrily. Xiaxue nods with gentle eyes. Song Yu's mood slowly stabilizes, and he is silent for a while. He doesn't intend to tell Xiaxue about 008's revenge and regret. He just says seriously and calmly, Xiaxue, if one day I suddenly faint or fall asleep, don't be afraid. At that time I should meet the system and the Lord God. I will definitely kill them, and then wake up to find you. Xiaxue holds his cold hand and says in a low voice, okay. Song Yu looks up carefully and traces her face with his eyes under the light. Eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, familiar and intimate. The chill in his heart is driven away by the warm current, and he smiles again. Finally, it's clear. Xiaxue also smiles and kisses him in the corner of his eye. It's clear. Song Yu feels that he can't guess Xiaxue's mind. But all the root causes and crises are on him. As her boyfriend, Xiaxue should also be uncomfortable. Song Yu comforted her, don't panic. Ever since I woke up, I didn't do anything the system said. It can't do anything to me now. That's amazing, Yu. Xiaxue said with a smile, but her eyes were cold. Song Yu felt a little sour in his heart. He knew that mentioning 008 and the Lord God would only add to his troubles. How could he resolve these two ideologies? However, this was the only sense of security he could give Xiaxue now. He changed the topic. When you were reborn, did you think that I was stupid at first? What? I think so. Thinking of this, Song Yu cursed in his heart. Xiaxue said, no, I already said that it was love at first sight. I like everything you do. Song Yu was comforted, and his eyes fell on the diary next to him. Was that written by Aunt Sue? Yes. Xiaxue opened the diary and said softly, do you want to see it? Under the dim yellow light of the table lamp, the words on the diary took him into the life of a woman who died for love. Xiaxue said slowly, when I was born, she cut off contact with the Su family. She lived in a villa in the mountains and focused on painting. There was only one nanny at home, and my father might come once every few weeks. When I was young, I didn't have much to say to her. She always lived in her own world, and no one could disturb her. After she died, I always hated her. In many people's eyes, she was a beautiful and stupid woman. No one sympathized with her. They felt that she deserved everything. Xiaxue paused and said calmly, in my eyes, she used to be like that. Song Yu quietly held her hand. Before she died, she gave me indifference. After she died, she tortured me. She gave me life, but she didn't ask me if I wanted to come to this world to bear all these. She ended her life on my birthday. Xiaxue paused and said lightly, life and death on the same day. He turned to the middle pages of the diary. This diary has been in the cabinet of my home in Jing City, but I haven't read it. In my last life, Xianxia sent it to me and asked me to read it. When I began to understand her, I found that it was meaningless to hate her. She was just a failure of a mother. She was spoiled since she was a child. Only others gave her a lot of love. She didn't know how to love at all. Xianxia was just one of the reasons why she cut off the relationship with the Su family. What made her collapse was her family. Her parents, who had raised her and spoiled her for more than 10 years, began to push her to those powerful men in a city like an auction. Her marriage became a deal. She was sad and collapsed, so she chose to have a cold war with her family first. Song Yu looked at Su Qiao's small handwriting in the diary. During the time in the villa in the mountains, he could see her care and fear in every word. She was cautious as a first-time mother. Today, Asui was praised by the teacher again. He is really a smart boy. I want to do something for him, but I don't seem to know how to do anything. Asui drew pictures for me. I should praise him and pat his head to encourage him. But what did I do? My Asui is great, but I can't even let him go to school normally. Xianxia came and we had a quarrel. Asui was frightened. He cried so much during the day that I didn't dare to see him. The nanny said that he was asleep, so I dared to see him secretly. Xiaxue didn't speak anymore. Song Yu took the diary and turned the pages slowly. Su Qiao seldom mentioned Xiaxue in the latter part of the diary. He recorded Xiaosui's growth bit by bit. Xiaosui was aloof and antisocial. She didn't know how to get along with her child. She could only learn to respond slowly and clumsily. There was a page with a lot of folds. It should have been wet by tears countless times. When she knew the truth, she collapsed and couldn't say a word. Why? These 3 words kept repeating. During the period when she was framed by Qin Qiuyun and hid in Jing City, the diary was empty for many days. When she picked up the pen again, it was already the 3rd day since she arrived in Jing City. In Xiaosui's memory, her mother, who was driven crazy by love, locked herself in her room, was sometimes calm and sometimes crazy. When she was calm, she thought about her future and Xiaosui's future. She thought that she could still draw pictures and raise her child healthily. In fact, she had opened the door countless times. When Xiaosui was sleeping late at night, she would stare at her child for the whole night and cry silently. Xiaosui remembered a past in Jing City. Do you know why Zhu Zhixing's family hates me so much? Songyu was stunned. What? In fact, she tried to go out to work. But on the first night, Zhu Zhixing's father followed her upstairs. He forced her at the door. I rushed out of the room, pushed him downstairs and broke his leg. Songyu's throat was dry. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Su Qiao was protected too well. She was like a fragile and precious flower, unable to withstand a single blow. Any wind and rain outside could easily destroy her. The Su family raised her in this way because they hoped that she would live a docile and beautiful life in a gorgeous cage like a canary in the future. She was helpless against the evils of the world. Beauty was the original sin. She was such a proud person. Every day, she lived in the vicious words of women. Later on, Songyu also slowly found clues about her death from the later pages of the diary. I'm sorry. From the moment you were born, I wasn't a qualified mother. I didn't give you a brilliant childhood. I didn't fulfill any obligations related to the word mother. I even had to learn how to communicate with you bit by bit. I didn't even hold you before you were 1 year old. You were born when I was at my worst, so I left my worst and most embarrassing side to you. When she wrote this line, she seemed to be really sad. Her handwriting trembled. She was so sad that she couldn't hold the pen or write a word. There were no tears on the paper, but it was more desperate than any previous collapse. At that time, she already knew Xiaxinyan's identity. She couldn't face it. She also felt that her existence was destined to drag me down. Before she died, she wrote a letter to Xiaxinyan. She didn't get through to his phone, so she sent messages and emails. She also contacted the Su family. She felt that she was the sinner who caused all my suffering. She wanted to use her death to exchange for Xiaxinyan's guilt or the Su family's forgiveness. She wanted to give me a good future. But she was too naive. The Xie family had Qin Qiuyun, and the Su family had Su Shiren. How could she get what she wanted? And I don't like this birthday gift at all. Songyu's eyes were a little sad. He raised his head quietly, but only saw Xiaosui's emotionless expression. Xiaosui whispered to him, "It's all in the past." Songyu nodded slowly. He turned to the first page of the diary. On the title page, there was a line of words written with a pen. It seemed to be a play that Su Qiao heard on the old TV when he first came to Jing City. It could also be the words that Grandma Chen whispered in her ear. Each stroke was more hurried than the last, as if to vent all the anger and collapse in her heart. At the last 2 words, she slowed down and stopped for a long time. The ink seeped into the paper. He taught me to let go of my hatred, to stop being coquettish, to start anew, to change my temperament, to give up love, to turn back from the sea of bitterness, and to realize Lanine early. It was as if he saw the woman with tears at the end of time. She didn't realize Lanine early. Instead, she fell into the sea of bitterness and swallowed the fruit alone. To end with death. Songyu didn't know why, but when he saw this line, his heart also tightened. He didn't know what he had done in the forgotten memory. Xiaosui said, "Are you sleepy?" Songyu shook his head. He was energetic. He closed the diary and whispered, "You didn't ask me about Zhao Ziyu." Xiaosui rubbed his hair. He also remembered the things in his previous life. I know. Songyu widened his eyes slightly. You heard it all? Xianshui smiled. Yes. Not only did he discover it, but he might have also found a clue to break the stalemate from these messy affairs. Songyu sighed and cursed the system and the Lord God in his heart. Weren't they doing well in this life? Why did so many terrible people and things come? Thinking of this, Songyu said, after the new year, you. Xianshui said, you promised to accompany me for 3 years of high school. You won't go back on your word, right? Songyu said, that was before. I didn't know you were reborn. Xianshui smiled and said, I'll follow you. I'll go wherever you go. After talking about so many heavy topics, Songyu's feet were cold and his whole body shivered. Xianshui raised her eyebrows and bent down. Her warm hands grasped his cold ankles, and then she urged him to go to bed without any resistance. Songyu lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. He turned on his phone and saw the explosive message that he hadn't finished reading. On the forum, God Xia is my boyfriend was also trending like a skyscraper. Songyu received Ma Xiaoting's questioning. He was heartbroken. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, brother you, so you've been lying to me all this time. This is too much. What's your relationship with God Xia? Songyu froze for a second, thinking about how to explain. After all, his theory in the psychology lecture that love was not as good as learning was still being talked about. He couldn't slap his own face. What relationship? A relationship of sleeping in the same bed. Your husband, brother you, a serious relationship. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger? You actually only replied now. I already know. I guessed it. Not only did I guess it, but I'm also going to go out and talk nonsense. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. He was really itching for a beating. Songyu gritted his teeth. Your husband, brother you, then you can do a divination for yourself first. If your points don't exceed 6, you're a jinx. Xianshui said, why don't you tell him? Songyu hurriedly put away his phone and stammered, we're still too young. Xianshui smiled and leaned over to hug him. Her hot breath blew into his ear. But we did everything in our previous lives. Songyu felt as if he had been electrocuted. His pupils widened for a few seconds, and he silently moved his phone to the side. Xianshui looked at him in amusement. Songyu's ears turned red. He coughed and said without changing his expression, that's all in the past. I think it's getting late. It's time to sleep. What do you think? Xianshui stared at him and said slowly, I think so too. Songyu exhaled. He had just put away his phone and was about to close his eyes. Xianshui asked lazily, how do you feel about me being your boyfriend? Songyu was suddenly wide awake. So, as expected, he knew about it. It must be the group of nosy people in class 1. He should have been embarrassed, but the more he heard about it, the funnier it became. After thinking for a long time, he decided to make himself laugh first and replied, it's okay. I don't feel wronged. After saying that, he said angrily, go to sleep. Xianshui smiled, turned sideways to him, and closed her eyes. Songyu's phone was still flashing with Ma Xiaoting's messages, but he didn't want to reply, so he put his phone away. Today, after talking things out, he felt as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't sleep because of the excitement. Songyu turned over twice, rolled in front of Xianshui. Lying on his side, the two of them faced each other. Songyu blinked. Under the extremely faint moonlight through the curtains, he began to count Xianshui's eyelashes out of boredom. But halfway through, Xianshui suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were dark and deep. She seemed to sigh helplessly, kissed his forehead, and said in a hoarse voice, stop fooling around. Go. To sleep. Songyu laughed out loud. And a goodnight kiss seemed to have the function of goodnight. He also closed his eyes obediently. When Songyu woke up, it was already 9 o'clock the next day. His father's phone was about to explode. Songyu rubbed his eyes. Come back, come back. Why are you rushing me? Early in the morning, the driver sent by the Song family to pick up Songyu was driven away. Xianshui said that she would send him personally. To put it bluntly, she was going to visit him personally. Chairman Song was so angry that he scolded him for a long time. Be careful, don't help her count the money. Song-yu decided to correct his thinking. Dad, I'm a minor now. The world isn't as dirty and complicated as what middle-aged men like you think. It was almost the end of the year. After a few sunny days, it started to snow again in a city. When Xiaxue accompanied Song-yu home, Song Weining was pleasantly surprised. She was originally feeding the parrot, but when she saw the two of them come in, her eyes immediately lit up and she no longer cared about the bird. He stuffed the things in his hands into the cage and said enthusiastically, "Oh, you brought your friends back." Song-yu didn't say anything. Mama Song came out of the kitchen with a plate of small cakes. "You're finally home. Your father kept talking about you last night. I don't know what's wrong with him." Mama Song was free at home today. She learned from the nanny how to make some biscuits and small cakes. When she came out and saw Xiaxue, she stopped in her tracks. Her eyes widened in shock. This is, Xiaxue looked a little like Su Qiao. It was easy to see the familiarity between them. Song Weining went up and held Mama Song's arm. She smiled and said, "Mom, this is Aunt Sue's child." Mama Song woke up from her dream and reacted. She knew that Xiaxue returned to a city in such a high-profile manner at the Xia family's banquet yesterday. But she didn't expect that the child would appear in front of her the next morning. Time flew. So many years had passed in a flash. Mama Song was in a trance. She invited Xiaxue to sit down and eat something first. She was afraid to mention Xiaxue's sad memories, so she avoided talking about Su Qiao. She just asked her about her childhood in Jing City. Xiaxue said, "It's good. Grandma Chen is very good to me." Mama Song was a little relieved. When they talked about their high school life, Mama Song asked, "Did Song-yu recognize you at the beginning?" Xiaxue glanced at Song-yu meaningfully. She asked knowingly, "What?" Mama Song said, "You guys met when you were young, 5 or 6 years old. In the manner, according to your age, you're considered his older brother. You guys got along well and quickly got along." Song-yu took a bite of a small piece of cake. Just as he was rejoicing that his mother hadn't said anything she shouldn't have, he heard Mama Song say, "That's not right. He should be the one who sticks to you and pesters you to accompany him to all kinds of places." "Mom, go get me a glass of water." Song-yu tried to interrupt her. Mama Song ignored him. "I said that he was annoying, but he didn't believe me. When I asked him how you got along, he proudly said that he liked you very much and you liked him very much. On the first day, he was so shy and angry that you called him brother. What do you like about him? Troublesome and troublesome?" Song Weining couldn't stop laughing. "Troublesome and troublesome, ha 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 ha." Song-yu, Mama Song was done with her son's dirty laundry. She returned to the topic. "He was in the same class as you and even sat next to you. It's fate. You must have recognized him." Xiaxue smiled. "Yes, I recognized him." Song-yu felt that his family was two extremes. His sister, who didn't have a strong will, had no prejudice against Xiaxue. His mother, Gun Yenji, only felt sorry for Su Qiao. The other two were completely two extremes. In his previous life, his brother looked at Xiaxue like she was a scourge. His father's attitude now was clearly showing his vigilance. Although Chairman Song didn't support his frequent meetings with Xiaxue, it was still a rebellious period. Secretly dating was like having an affair. It was quite exciting. Of course, Song-yu wouldn't listen. The first year of Jing City First Middle School was on holiday early. There were still more than 10 days before the new year. There was a mountain in the Wanghong district of a city. There was a Buddhist temple on the mountain. In winter, plum blossoms bloomed everywhere. Many people would go up the mountain to worship Buddha and enjoy the plum blossoms before the new year. Mama Song forced him to go, repeatedly reminding him to be sincere. Song-yu had never been a believer in gods and Buddhas, so he casually agreed to her words. This place was very famous. The snow on the steps was swept to the sides. Tourists came and went with their mobile phones holding up to take photos. The plum blossoms were like snow, reflecting the white of heaven and earth. Song-yu came alone. Xiaxue became busy after returning to a city. Xianxia took her to meet all kinds of people and deal with all kinds of things. He sent a message to Xiaxue, but Xiaxue said she would be late. Songyu walked forward, but he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. It was Qin Mo, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, who walked out of the temple. A woman stood next to him. She was wearing a down jacket and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked haggard and her face was as pale as paper. She was very good-looking and had a gentle appearance. She should be a mother, but her eyes were dull and dark. She looked like a psychopath who shouldn't be provoked. Qin Mo came out with his aunt. When he saw Songyu, he stopped looking at him. The hatred he felt when he was driven back to a city was still there. He really disliked and rejected Songyu from the bottom of his heart. Songyu? She was also gnashing her teeth. Songyu was still quite polite. What's the matter? Qin Mo's disguise was exposed. He couldn't be bothered to pretend to be gentle and elegant in front of Songyu anymore. He could only turn his hatred into vicious words. The corners of his mouth curled up. Go up the mountain to pray to Buddha so that you can die a little later? Songyu was nonchalant, her lips curled into a smile. Are you still unhappy about the wine bottle last time? Qin Mo choked and glared at him fiercely. Songyu looked at the woman beside him. This strange woman seemed to be in a daze. She didn't seem to hear the conversation between Qin Mo and him. Her eyes were fixed on a point in the air. Her pupils were dilated, and her soul was out of her body. Songyu retracted his gaze and ignored them. He continued to walk up the mountain. After he left, Qin Mo's eyes darkened and he cursed. Bad luck. After this period of time, he'll see if the Xia family and the Song family can bear it. His arm was suddenly grabbed by the woman's thin and pale hand. The woman slowly turned her head. With cracked lips, she repeated, What Xia family? Qin Mo's heart trembled. Only then did he remember that his aunt's current state was caused by the Xia family. He said vaguely, Nothing. Xianxia ignored him. His fingernails dug deep into his flesh through his thick winter clothes. He repeated, What Xia family? She muttered. Her expression was a little abnormal. Qin Mo pursed his lips. He was impatient. But after all, this was his aunt. He said patiently, That person just now. He's the sickly person from the Song family. He's the lover of Xiaxinyan's new illegitimate child. At this stage, he only had a little appreciation for Xiaxue. But Songyu was in the way. All that was left was exasperation and possessiveness. Xianxia was silent for a moment. The corners of his mouth cracked open. He muttered, Xiaxinyan's illegitimate child? That bastard? That bitch who's just like his mother. Qin Mo perfunctorily nodded his head. Xianxia let go of his hand. His eyes were a little crazy. He lowered his head and said, His mother ruined my marriage. Then he came back and ruined my son's life and mine. When will this mother and son let go of me? Do they want me to die? But even if I die, I won't let them go. Qin Mo said, Aunt, they won't. They can't do anything to you. Xianxia didn't listen to anyone at all. He said hatefully, I won't let them go even if I die. I'm going to tear Su Qiao's face apart with a knife. I'm going to cut off her flesh piece by piece. Let's see if she can still be a mistress. Xiaxinyan, what right do you have to treat me like this? What did I do wrong? I love you so much. I've given up so much for you. Is this how you treat me? What right do you have to treat me like this? Her voice rose and fell deeper and deeper. Finally, her pale face was full of malevolence. At this moment, two little girls were holding hands and blowing bubbles with a bubble machine that they had casually bought by the roadside. Their parents were behind them telling them to slow down. They were laughing and jumping. They just happened to bump into Xianxia. Xianxia looked up. The whites of her eyes were already bloodshot. The twisted hatred in her heart finally exploded. She looked at the two little girls and looked at their faces. Suddenly, she felt nauseous and uncomfortable. With a crazed expression, she reached out and pushed them down. The snowy road was slippery. The two girls lost their footing and fell straight down. Fortunately, the girls' parents were worried about their safety and had been following closely behind. When they saw this scene, they broke out in a cold sweat and caught them in time. The stairs were very high. If they really fell down, they could have died. The little girl cried in her father's arms. Murderer! Her mother angrily wanted to slap Xianxia, but Qin Mo grabbed her wrist first. Qin Mo had not recovered from the moment just now. He had seen his aunt do it with his own eyes. However, he decided to distort the truth in front of the angry couple. My aunt is a patient. What happened just now might have been a misunderstanding. Xianxia's whole body was trembling. She did not know what she had done just now. She only felt that the crying, cursing, and whispering around her made her want to vomit. She did not want to care about anything. She just wanted them to disappear. Songyu came out after burning incense and praying to Buddha. At the entrance of the long line, he happened to see Xiaxia. She was leaning against the plum blossom tree. She was tall and straight and had a handsome temperament. In fact, he was still a little curious about what Xiaxia had done. After she confessed everything, he knew that the things she had done after being reborn in her 20s were definitely not simple. Songyu asked, "What did you do?" Xiaxia raised her eyebrows. "Do you really want to know?" Songyu said, "Yes." "Is it inconvenient to say?" She was hiding something from him again. Xiaxia smiled. "If you want to know, of course you can." After a pause, she said calmly and coldly, "I went to investigate Sun Heguang." Songyu almost missed his step. Xiaxia pulled him back and stabilized his body. Sun Heguang? F***ck, was he the scumbag who treated Xiaxia as a substitute for his white moonlight? It was fine as long as he did not come up to disgust her. Why did Xiaxia investigate him? Xiaxia found it funny. Watch where you're going. Songyu was anxious. No, why did you investigate Sun Heguang? You're so young now. The Xia family won't give you anything. How are you going to deal with Sun Heguang? Xiaxia winked at him. Who said that I'm going to deal with him personally? Songyu. Oh, now that he thought about it, his girlfriend was very scheming. Xiaxia smiled, but her tone was very calm. I've always been curious about how Xiaxinian and my mother met and how they fell in love. Later, I found out that Su Shiren and Sun Heguang were involved. Sun Heguang liked my mother, and my mother had always treated him as a younger brother. Su Shiren probably wanted to take advantage of this. At the first art exhibition my mother held after returning to China, he drugged her. Songyu was stunned. Drugged? Xiaxia paused. She did not want to continue. In fact, she did not want to tell Songyu these things at all. However, when she met Songyu's curious and surprised eyes, her heart softened. She said slowly, Su Shiren used my mother's phone to send a message to Sun Heguang and asked him to come over. Sun Heguang knew very well that he wanted to beat her at her own game. However, he was one step too late. Coincidentally, the person my mother provoked that night was Xiaxinian. Songyu. How melodramatic and tragic. She had escaped the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. However, Songyu reacted quickly. You investigated Sun Heguang because you wanted him to deal with your aunt? Xiaxia lowered her eyes and smiled. Yes, Yu is so smart. She only needed to let Sun Heguang know about Su Shiren's death and what Su Shiren had done. Su Shiren was now an important chess piece of the Su family. He was the future Mrs. Xia. Even if it was exposed that he had murdered his sister, the Su family would turn a blind eye. If the two of them met, they would definitely fight to the death. Songyu, go back to Jing City when school starts. Other than Su Shiren, I think Xiao Lingshu and Qin Qiuyun are not good people. They are crazy and vicious. Stay away from them. Don't deal with them easily before you become an adult. Xiaxia enjoyed her boyfriend's concern. She smiled and said, okay. In fact, he had always been too lazy to deal with them directly. He had already taken revenge in his previous life. There was no deep hatred. After his rebirth, he had become pure and simple. These people came knocking on his door. At this moment, Mama Song called him. Have you been there? Mama Song couldn't be at ease with this kid's nonsense and sloppy behavior. Songyu, I will take a photo for you. I not only have physical evidence, but also a witness. Mama Song, a witness? You? Songyu said to Xiaxue, let's find a place to take a photo. Xiaxue smiled. Okay. The snow-white plum blossoms gathered on the branches. Songyu said, it's for my mother. Just show your head. He casually raised the camera in front of his phone. As soon as he pressed the shutter, he felt a little cold on his cheek. A piece of plum blossoms with water fell on his face. Then his boyfriend bent over with a smile and helped him take the flower away with his mouth. This was the scene that the picture froze. If this picture was sent to her mother, even Buddha couldn't save her. Later on, Songyu met Sun Hagwang at an auction. He was sitting in the third row, wearing a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He had fair skin and a gloomy temperament. Songyu paused for a few seconds and quickly looked away. After confessing everything to Xiaxue, his attitude towards the scumbag changed from gnashing his teeth to not looking at him. In this life, Sun Hagwang knew that Xiaxue was Su Qiao's child. When he saw the familiar face, he only felt sad. Now that Xiaxue had been acknowledged by the Xia family, he did not dare to have such crazy thoughts. The tragedy of his previous life was destined not to repeat itself. Therefore, there was no need to waste time on unimportant people. In the days that followed, the two of them spent more time alone together. Songyu picked up his straight-A student persona again. He took out a pile of homework that was about to turn moldy and studied with his boyfriend. There was actually not much homework left for him during the winter break. He was also secretly sending the answers in the class group. Songyu did not want to use his brain. He copied and looked at the answers as he copied and corrected the mistakes. He took a picture and sent it to the class group. Your husband brother you, picture, lights like back then? WOC, thank you brother you. Qingning, wow, thank you for your hard work. Flower, Ma shouting did not receive a reply from him last time, so she took the initiative to curry favor in the class group. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, what is brother you doing now? Your husband brother you, studying. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, wow. She responded very exaggeratedly. Songyu put his phone aside and began to immerse himself in his book again. Song Weining came in to deliver fruit to him. She happened to see his chat page and was shocked. Your husband brother you? What kind of lousy name is that? Songyu stopped writing. He was reminded that he had not changed his name in a long time. This name had attracted too many bad girls, but now that he was taken, he had to put an end to them seriously. Songyu, then change it for me. It's best if it's not popular with girls. Song Weining's face was full of disdain. Not popular with girls? Then there's no need to change. I think your current one is quite annoying. Songyu rolled his eyes and stuffed a grape into his mouth. Then, he clicked into the forum, randomly found a post, and showed it to Song Weining. She wanted to show her how popular her brother was now. Song Weining burst into laughter when he saw this. Are the girls in your school so fun? Songyu asked her while eating fruit, what? Song Weining, I'll read it to you. Songyu, I've already aborted the child. You can spend the new year in a city in peace. Songyu almost choked on the grape. That idiot was trying to ruin his reputation. Song Weining clicked in and laughed uncontrollably. Oh, I was wrong. It's actually not a girl, it's a guy. Ha 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 ha, you can actually make a man pregnant. There's nothing you can't do, little brother. Songyu snatched the phone away. This message was probably just a cheap sentence from someone who wanted to make fun of him and ruin his reputation. Some people in the back row started to follow the trend. The latest post. Songyu, study hard. I've already given birth to the child and gave it to Xiaxue to raise. I don't want it if it's not yours. A lot of information was contained in this short sentence. He didn't know who had cheated on who. Songyu, dream on. Song Weining couldn't stop laughing. You're really a scumbag. The title of the #1 scumbag in Jing City First High School was probably created by this group of people. Songyu clicked out and said, it's okay. His account is already gone. Hurry up and think of a name for me. I'm going to change it. Song Waining, don't you have a girlfriend? Why don't you change it to a couple name? When Song Yu thought of that scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Forget it. Song Waining, if you don't want to be pestered by girls, then make it cute or serious. Give me your phone, I'll change it for you. After giving her the phone, Song Waining changed his online name to Yuren Shu. At the same time, he sent a period in the class chat group to announce it to the world. Song Yu, met someone unworthy? Song Waining, they're unlucky to have met you. What do you think? Doesn't it suit your scumbag temperament? Song Yu laughed and chased Song Waining out. He took out his phone and changed it back. Everyone was online during the winter break. All of a sudden, there were discussions. Playing Wild at 90, brother Yu, what did you change your name to? Met someone unworthy? It's Wanwan, F***ck, brother Yu, you're in love. As a Chinese class representative, Xianxia was dumbfounded and copied the explanation from Baidu. Lights are like old times, virtuous, kind and beautiful. It refers to a woman who married a bad husband. Strong knowledge, brother Yu, who did you marry? Song Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaxia probably had some free time now. When she saw the class chat group, she privately messaged him. Xiaxia, met someone unworthy? Song Yu explained, my sister just changed it casually. At this moment, Ma Shouting spoke in the class chat group to make a good impression. Last time, he guessed something that he shouldn't have guessed correctly and was almost blacklisted by brother Yu. Now, of course, he had to help Song Yu keep the secret. Sadako does not forget well digger, don't think too much. Look carefully, okay? It's Yuren who is unworthy, not unworthy. Qing Ning, brother Sadako, what do you think? Sadako does not forget well digger, I'll explain it literally. Brother Yu is not a good person. Song Yu, haha. At the same time, Xiaxia probably saw it too. She smiled and replied. Xiaxia, oh, so it's me who met someone unworthy. Song Yu sent her a knife emoji. Then, Ma Shouting in the class chat group. Your husband brother Yu, did you read your fortune? Ma Shouting shuddered. Sadako does not forget well digger, QWQ, widow, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ma Shouting, hurry up and go back into the well and don't come out. Everyone probably discovered his intention to change his name. Lights like back then, brother Yu, I'll change it for you. Don't use unworthy idioms. Why don't you just settle down with Sui Yu? Lights like back then, bah, I'll just go with the flow. It's Wanwan, you've been exposed. Song Yu remembered that Jiang Chunyan's signature was the origin of her online name. The lyrics of a song, Lights Like Back Then, Bright Moon Like First Seen, coincided with her real name. Why am I bothered by this now? Song Yu felt that he had nothing better to do. But looking at his chat with Xiaxia, the more he scrolled up, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. It began to snow heavily in the late winter. Under his and Song Weining's repeated training, the parrot that was full of greasy words of love had finally become a greasy talker and a thorn in Chairman Song's side. But it was good to fight poison with poison. When Chairman Song read the newspaper, he could just argue with the parrot. He didn't have to engage in meaningless conversations with them. Mama Song finished her work early and was learning to cook with the nanny at home. Her brother was coming back soon, and everything was going well. Before the new year, another thing happened in a city. Xiaxia was engaged. The person she was engaged to was the second son of the Lin family, an average-looking, gentle, and down-to-earth man. The Lin family was a second-tier wealthy family like the Su family, but Xiaxia's status in the Xia family was actually equal. She posted many photos of her and Lin Chen on her private social media platform, saying that they had been in a relationship for 3 years. Now, they had finally come to fruition, which could be considered as a whitewash of the previous rumors. The engagement party was held in the main house. Before Song Yu went, his father warned him. Chairman Song told him not to run around and to follow him closely. The hidden meaning of "don't run around" was actually "stay away from the boy of the Xia family." Okay. Mama Song had been studying recipes recently. When she was tying Chairman Song's tie, she asked casually, I want to cook something tomorrow. Is there anything you want to eat? It was cold outside in the late winter. Song Weining took a step forward and shrank her neck. She quickly retreated and asked the servant to go upstairs to get her a cloak. Hearing this, she remembered her mother's dark cuisine and rolled her eyes. Mom, I want to drink hot water. Just boil a pot of hot water for me tomorrow. Don't torture yourself and don't torture us. Mama Song's face was expressionless. She pulled hard to show her anger. Chairman Song became the victim. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Are you trying to strangle me? The servant in the house opened the cage, and the parrot immediately flew out. Song Yu was hit by the parrot before he opened the car door. He smacked his mouth and scolded, Do you want to die? The parrot chattered, looking at the stars at night, Donor's glabella is dark. How unlucky. Song Yu spat twice and held the parrot upside down. He said to his mother impatiently, Mom, I want to drink parrot soup. Stew it. The parrot widened its eyes. Song Weining was the first to disagree. She pushed him into the car. I won't allow it. Xiaolan is so cute. How can you stew it? Then braise it. You can't do that either. Are you going or not? Stop dawdling. I want to see the handsome boy of the Xia family. Hurry up. Song Yu got into the car and thought to himself, What do you mean the handsome boy of the Xia family is your sister-in-law, do you understand? Hearing their conversation, Chairman Song's face was gloomy. He snorted and loosened his tie. The parrot slowly flew to his shoulder and said, Family misfortune, oh family misfortune. The sky is going to rain and the mother is going to get married. The son has grown up and the father has no choice. The daughter has grown up and the mother has no choice. Chairman Song was furious. Shut up. Mama Song stood at the door and smiled helplessly as she watched them leave. The venue for Xianxia's engagement party was huge. The whole garden was decorated with colorful balloons, flowers, champagne, and many tables. Besides the photographers, there were also reporters. Looking at the situation, Xianxia wanted to make a big deal out of it. After handing in the invitation card and entering the venue, Song Yu's first reaction was to look for Xia Sui. He looked around and did not see anyone. Just as he was a little disappointed, he heard his father warn him, What are you looking for? Who are you looking for? Song Yu shivered and put on an act. I'm not looking for anyone. I'm just looking around to see if there's anyone I know by name. However, he did not want to see anyone he knew by name. He saw Qin Qiuyun and Qin Mo. Song Yu was shocked. Xianxia had even invited Qin Qiuyun. She was going all out to clear her name. However, Qin Qiuyun was still willing to come. Today was the engagement of the evil woman who had seduced her son. Moreover, she had just divorced Xiaxinian. Her status was so awkward that it was suffocating. What was she after? When Song Yu first saw Qin Qiuyun, he felt that there was something wrong with this woman. She looked like a lunatic. It was still the same now. Qin Qiuyun sat quietly with her long hair tied up. She still looked like an elegant lady from a wealthy family. However, her mental state was very bad. She held a piece of cake in her hand and ate it silently. Her expression was horrifying. Song Yu sent a message to Xia Sui, but Xia Sui ignored it. It was still a little cold outside. He was not in the mood to talk to anyone, so he entered the house first. When he entered, he happened to see Xianxia coming downstairs. She was today's main character. Her skin was as white as snow, and she wore a purple haute couture dress. Her black hair was straight and long, and her bandaged ankle was delicate and exquisite. She was bright and elegant. She was in a good mood today and had a smile on her face. Beside her stood a girl who did not look as good as her. She seemed to be her best friend. Old Master Xia has already relented. It means that he has most likely forgiven you. Sigh, these elders are the most soft-hearted when they get old. Xianxia's smile was cold. Some elders become more suspicious as they get older. They don't like the filial piety of their children and grandchildren. Her best friend said, Then what about you? Xianxia supported herself on the stairs. My father has not forgiven me. It's just that I'm marrying Lin Chen, so his face is saved. Her best friend paused for a moment. She didn't dare to talk about old Master Xia behind his back in the Xia family's main residence. She only whispered, "You even sent an invitation to Qin Chuyan. This isn't very good. Will Xia Xinian be angry?" Xia Lingshu said, "My third brother doesn't like me. I'm about to marry into the Lin family. Why would I care about his opinion?" Xia Mingsen left the country in a sorry state. Only Qin Chuyan can explain the situation. This stupid woman is only good for this. Her best friend said, "But why did she really come?" Xia Lingshu sneered. "You don't understand. The Qin family forced her to sign the divorce papers. She cried so hard at that time. My third sister-in-law is a little vicious, but her feelings for my third brother are real. She didn't want to leave the Xia family at all. She rushed back as if she was asking for trouble." Song Yu met them at the door. Xia Lingshu was stunned. Her expression returned to normal and she smiled gently. "Third young master Song, are you here to look for a sway?" Song Yu nodded perfunctorily. "Yes." Xia Lingshu said, "A sway is in the study. She's chatting with her father." "Third young master Song, do you want to go somewhere else first?" All of a sudden, Xia Lingshu and her best friend's expressions changed as they stared straight behind him. Song Yu heard footsteps. He turned around and saw Qin Chuyan alone. She was wearing a long black dress and a cashmere shawl. She was wearing black lace gloves and holding a bag. As the former mistress of this house, Qin Chuyan looked out of place. Xia Lingshu reacted quickly and greeted her warmly. "Third sister-in-law." Qin Chuyan also smiled. There were some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She said softly, "It's all in the past. I'm not your third sister-in-law anymore. You don't have to call me that." "Lingshu, congratulations." "Thank you." Xia Lingshu still had to perform in front of the media with Qin Chuyan later. Of course, she pretended to be obedient. "In my heart, you're my third sister-in-law in this life." "Third sister-in-law, are you coming in to rest?" Qin Chuyan said, "Yes, I didn't rest well last night. Arrange a guest room for me. I want to rest first." Xia Lingshu said, "Okay. Third sister-in-law, I'll take you there." Her best friend maintained a stiff fake smile on the side. Qin Chuyan's gaze fell on Song Yu. They had met at the mountain temple that time. However, Qin Chuyan acted as if she had lost her mind. Today, she was much more normal. She asked softly like an elder, "Young Master Song, are you here to rest too?" Song Yu said, No. I came in to look for someone. I didn't find her, so I went out first." Qin Chuyan smiled. Her pupils were a little bigger than normal. The white of her eyes was smaller. When she stared at people, it was always scary. Song Yu couldn't avoid her. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he felt uncomfortable. Song Yu didn't want to disturb Xia Sui, so he went outside and sat first. Perhaps Xia Xinian didn't want to see Qin Chuyan or let Xia Sui see his ex-wife. In any case, he didn't appear at the engagement party. After the banquet started, Xia Lingshu and Lin Chen met each other's families and sat down to eat. The reporters took a few photos and went out. The rest of the celebrities in a city watched Xia Lingshu and Qin Chuyan chat happily. They were confused by the unpredictable relationship between the two families. The banquet lasted until night time. Song Yu was surrounded by a group of people of the same age. They were all rich. Young masters. They surrounded him and laughed. They said that he had finally recovered from his illness and came out to meet people. Did he still remember when they drank together when he was young? Song Yu had a perfunctory and cold smile on his face. He was very polite, but his attitude was that he didn't want to talk to them. Zhao Ziyu sat at the side. As the only eldest grandson of the Zhao family, he was much more popular than Song Yu. However, his aura was cold today, so no one dared to approach him. After drinking 2 glasses of champagne in silence, Zhao Ziyu stood up and walked over. He patted the shoulder of a young man who was talking to Song Yu and said in a low voice, "I have something to say to Song Yu." The young man was stunned. He looked into Zhao Ziyu's dark brown eyes, touched his nose and stepped back. Songyu sat on the swing. When the man was talking, he was chatting. It was a four-person group of him and Xiaxia, Ma shouting, and Shi Bowen. Your husband brother you, let's stop talking. An annoying person is here. Bowen strong knowledge, brother you met someone in a city that you don't like? Your husband brother you, yes, he even found us. Ma shouting was very angry, Sadako does not forget the well digger, that's too much. Brother you's underlings are all in Jing City. Brother you, tell me his name. I'll help you vent your anger. Songyu glanced at Zhao Ziyu who was sitting on the chair next to him. Why would Ma shouting help him vent his anger? He was God's favored one, the chosen one. Your husband brother you, don't. You can't beat him. Sadako does not forget the well digger, do you look down on me? Sadako does not forget the well digger, do you know how many cars are parked at the door every day, waiting for me to go out? Shi Bowen was speechless and complained. Bowen strong knowledge, is there a row of shared bicycles downstairs? Songyu was amused by them. He turned off his mobile phone and was about to get up and leave. Zhao Ziyu's voice sounded. Let's talk about Xiaxia. Songyu stopped and said with a playful smile, sorry, I don't discuss my boyfriend's hobbies with other men. Zhao Ziyu looked at him deeply and said with a smile, or, let's talk about the system. Songyu was silent. He was angry in his heart. In fact, he wanted to grab Zhao Ziyu's collar and force him to say it. But his reason told him not to. Okay, go ahead. He sat on the swing again obediently. He felt that 008 had come back, but he chose to lean over Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Ziyu said, I don't know how these things appeared, but Xiaxia has been targeted by them. The disaster is not something you can solve. His eyes were brown, like a dry well, reflecting the ancient trees. Songyu, so? Zhao Ziyu said calmly, so, do you want to wait for death? It was probably because this matter had been bothering him for too long. He could also be calm in front of Zhao Ziyu. He suppressed his temper and smiled lightly. You know about the system, so do you also know about gentle control? Zhao Ziyu was silent for a moment, then he chuckled and said in the same mocking tone as Xiaxia, the Book of Destiny? Songyu said, that's the real world. Zhao Ziyu, yes. Songyu said lightly, Xiaxia is the main character in the book. I've been thinking about what they want. It must be according to the plot. I don't believe that one person can affect the whole world. I'm more inclined. His light-colored pupils reflected the cold light of the sky, and his tone was slow. Xiaxia is outstanding enough in this world to become the main character, the child of destiny. And all the plot and gentle control is just the wishful thinking of the main god of the system to get something from him. Zhao Ziyu didn't deny it and said softly, but for you, there's no solution. Unless you leave Xiaxia. Songyu, if he wasn't here to discuss with him how to solve the system and the main god, then what was he here for? Songyu looked at him strangely. What do you want? Zhao Ziyu, I want to save you. Songyu sneered. You're crazy. Zhao Ziyu, I made a mistake in my previous life, and I want to make up for it in this life. Songyu, maybe you can believe me. I never wanted to be your rival in love. The banquet had been going on for a long time. Xiaxia sat on the sofa by the window in the study. Xiaxinian sat on the other side of the desk and asked, do you want to acknowledge your grandparents? Xia. Sui looked down. Both are fine. Outside the window, it was lively and noisy. Xiaxui's finger swiped on the screen and clicked on a software, but it was a surveillance video. Xiaxinian said, I want to marry your aunt. Of course, this is just on the surface, so that you can have a better reputation in the Xia family in the future. She won't be your stepmother. I won't live with her, and I won't let her get pregnant. She agreed. Xia Xinyan's deep affection and heartlessness for women were always very obvious. It was just that Su Shiren's ambition was to enter this hell, and he wouldn't let her get what she wanted. Xiaxia said casually, yes. His line of sight shifted, and he finally saw the scene that he had expected. In his previous life, Qin Qiuyun went crazy and wanted to kill Xia Lingshu at all costs. This time, at Xia Lingshu's engagement party, she saw that the woman who caused her son to wander around a foreign country was so happy. How could she let it go? Xianxia invited a wolf into the house and reaped what she sowed. She felt that Qin Qiuyun was a stupid woman who fell in love, but Qin Qiuyun was also a crazy woman. On the second floor of the villa, in the corridor, two women appeared. Xianxia walked in front, and Qin Qiuyun followed behind. Xianxia couldn't figure out his son's attitude. After a long silence, he said, "All this time, it was your aunt who helped to deal with this matter. She was also the one who found the evidence back then." Xianxia listened and sneered in her heart. She didn't answer him and looked at the surveillance camera. On the screen, Xianxia resisted but was stopped by Qin Qiuyun. After inhaling the yellow powder, Xianxia slowly fainted. Qin Qiuyun lowered her eyes. There was no joy on her face. Her face turned pale and she supported herself against the wall and retched. After vomiting for a long time, Qin Qiuyun took off her black gloves and wiped her mouth. Her expression was full of hatred and disgust. She muttered something and dragged Xianxia out by the arm. From God's perspective, she looked like a real lunatic. Xianxia said, "I didn't think it through. I didn't know that Qin Qiuyun would arrange for a private detective to follow me and then find your mother." The temperature of the air conditioner in the study was a little high. The coffee on the table was steaming. The pages of the book made a slight sound, accompanied by the man's deep and regretful voice. Xianxia said, "I haven't regretted anything in my life. This is the only one." Xianxia was not interested in listening to his inner monologue. She adjusted the surveillance camera and found a few places where Qin Qiuyun might have gone. Qin Qiuyun had been the mistress of the Xia family for so many years and knew the terrain like the back of her hand. The oppressive and unfortunate marriage of a rich family probably drove her crazy. She liked the dark and bloody. Back then, in the basement of the South City Guild Hall, she used a knife to cut half of his mother's face. It was the same now. He dragged Xianxia to an abandoned underground storage room and opened the door with a key. The old and dusty secret room was broken into, and the dust accumulated with the creaking sound of the door opening fell all over him. Even if I was more honest with Xiao, the final result wouldn't be like this. Your mother must hate me very much. You're the only thing she left in this world. I'm compensating you to make amends so that I can see her calmly after a few decades. That's enough, Dad, Xianxia interrupted his emotional narration and smiled. Do you want to watch the show with me? It got dark early in winter, but the banquet didn't end. Colorful lights were hung all over the treetops, pink petals were spread all over the ground, and balloons were tied into a bunch, creating a romantic scene. As the temperature dropped, Song Weining touched her arms and felt goosebumps all over her body. She looked around for Songyu for a long time, but she still couldn't find him. She walked towards the Xia family's main residence. In the long corridor, she saw people running around in a hurry. It seemed that something had happened. She raised her eyebrows and listened carefully to their conversation. It seemed that the main character of the day had disappeared. He was not in the room or outside. Xianxia was missing. Song Weining took a sip of the champagne in her hand. She didn't have any strong feelings about this kind of thing. It was normal for something to happen in the Xia family. She still remembered the picture that her best friend showed her. It was of old Master Xia's last wife, a female celebrity in her early 20s. Her photos on the internet were all bright and pure. Her eyes were ignorant of the world, and her smile was sweet and obedient. She was ignorant of the world and married a man who was old enough to be her grandfather. Maybe it was because of love. In the last photo that was accidentally taken of her, she was a completely different person. She was so thin that she was only skin and bones. Her eyes were wide open, and she was holding a doll in her hand. The doll's face and body were full of knife marks. The photo was not leaked, and only a few people knew about it. Her best friend said that the celebrity was pregnant, but she had a miscarriage. After the miscarriage, she went crazy. And it was most likely Xianxia's doing. The Xia family's main residence was very big, but it was very cold. Not many people lived here, and old Master Xia rarely showed up. She didn't know what happened when she was alone with Xianxia. Song Weining sometimes thought of Su Qiao. She felt that if Su Qiao didn't die in Jing City and married into the Xia family as she wished, her ending wouldn't be good. It might even be crueler. Did Xianxia really love her? Not necessarily. If he really loved someone, how could he put her in such danger? When a person died, all kinds of guilt and self-blame combined to make him have the illusion of deep love. Guilt and self-blame would fade with time. Probably after a few years, there would be a new Xianxia. She didn't know if the roses outside the corridor were a new species. They were still blooming in the winter and were as red as blood. Song Weining sighed in her heart and called Songyu. Forget it. Why should she worry so much about other people's family matters? She'd better take her brother away from this place. You don't want to be a love rival, but want to be my son? Then there was nothing to talk about. Sure enough, Zhao Ziyu and the system god were in cahoots. Songyu got up and ignored him. Looking at the time, she complained in her heart. They had been talking for almost an afternoon. Could Xianxia let go of her boyfriend? Zhao Ziyu's brown eyes looked at his back deeply. He opened his mouth and chose to be silent. He didn't say anything more. The system in his mind was about to die. Host, why did you tell him this? Zhao Ziyu said in a flat tone. He already knew. It doesn't matter if I say it or not. Your name is 008, right? There are no colleagues. It's you from the beginning to the end. It turns out that the one in Songyu's mind is also you. The system originally had a stomach of angry questions. Being asked by him, it didn't know what to say and stammered. Zhao Ziyu said, 008, I actually agree with Songyu's words. What do you want from Xiaswei? 008. The whole system's face was bitter as if it was going to cry. It thought for a long time and said, what are you asking me for? I don't know anything. Zhao Ziyu chuckled and said almost certainly, the author of Gentle Control is you. 008's breathing stopped, dead silence. Zhao Ziyu said slowly, how can a world be compressed into a book, and how can a book be expanded into a world? You can manipulate my mind, so you can manipulate others to play this farce with you. 008 retorted in a low voice, no, host, sometimes the evil of human nature is real. You were the only one who manipulated our consciousness in our last life. Zhao Ziyu smiled, I'm the only one who manipulated consciousness. What about other manipulations? Are there too many evil people around Xiaswei? From childhood, the people around him were almost crazy to humiliate him, from that teacher, to Wang Xi, to Qin Mo, to Sun Heguang. I don't believe that you didn't do anything. Something cold fell slowly, refracting the weak light. Zhao Ziyu reached out and caught the snowflake. The skin of his palm was cold and white, and the lines were very shallow. He watched it melt indifferently. Zhao Ziyu sneered and said lightly, manipulating my consciousness, you are not afraid of my backlash? 008 didn't answer the previous question, but he had a little confidence in this one. He said softly, host, we are one. As you said just now, there are too many evil people around Xiaswei. Haven't you thought about it? There are too few evil people around you. Zhao Ziyu sarcastically raised his lips. 008's attitude to Songyu is the kind of anger that can't explode. He is more respectful and careful to Zhao Ziyu. If Xiaswei is the true God's favored child of this world, then you are the God's favored child nurtured by our postnatal plan. In the early stage of Xiaswei's growth and control, we gave you his luck. But later, he will become more and more powerful and difficult to control. You have to make Xiaswei fall in love with you, so that you can share his luck in the future and make it so smooth for you. 008 said, we have always been in a cooperative relationship. What we want is Xiaswei's love and hate, you want Xiaswei's luck. When he falls in love with you, we will leave this big world immediately and no longer intervene in anything here. Zhao Ziyu smiled and gave an evaluation, his eyes cold, interesting. He never knew that one day he would need to ask for another man's love with such a purpose. 008 knew he was angry. It shrank and shook its body, but it had already said all, so it was better to finish it in one go. Things have come to this, host, we can only do this strategy. Zhao Ziyu, how did you calculate that Xiaswei and I will fall in love? 008 is not pretending to be confused now, weakly said, we have a set of algorithms about love, and matching rules. The first result is that Xiaswei is such a person. The one he likes should be a rival who is on par with him. Zhao Ziyu suppressed his nausea, why choose me? It's better to choose Songyu. There is no strategy at all. He will naturally fall in love. At the end, he lowered his eyes and looked a little bitter. 008 sighed, the first world, after our failure, we reflected on it, but in this world, anyone can be absorbed energy, only Songyu can't. That boy is particularly special in this world, perhaps because he gathers all the love of Xiaxia. But what they want is this love. Hatred is worth 100, love is worth 100, and neither is indispensable. 008 sighed. But it's time to end. 008 didn't dare to say the following words to Zhao Ziyu. No matter how dull it is, it knows that Zhao Ziyu likes Songyu. The Lord God has issued the final operation instructions. In the end, what will happen, it doesn't know. They come and go to so many worlds. For the first time, they have the courage to try to absorb the love and hate of the Son of Destiny in the upper world and divide his energy. They are faced with such a dead end. This time, it was really a gamble. The Lord God had already used up more than half of its energy to create the book Gentle Control and change the fate line. He had used up another half of its energy to turn back time and send Songyu away to arrange reincarnation. Almost all the energy obtained from the 3,000 small worlds in the past is used this time. If it succeeds, then the energy obtained from Xiaxia is 10 times the total of the previous. If it fails, no, can't fail. Songyu received a call from his sister. Where are you? Songyu said, Xia family, don't worry, I didn't leave you behind. Song Weining rolled her eyes. I'm here in the corridor, behind the main hall of the last banquet. Come on, let's go quickly. Something happened to the Xia family again. Songyu walked in the garden, heard her complicated tone, and laughed. What's the matter? Song Weining said, Xia Lingshu is missing. Songyu was stunned. Xia Lingshu was missing. He didn't know why, but the first thing that came to his mind was Qin Shuyun's eyes. She turned her head to look at him. Her pupils were bigger than the average person's, and the white in her eyes was smaller. It was dark and cold, very scary. Not long ago, what was he thinking? How dare Xia Lingshu invite Qin Shuyun? Why would Qin Shuyun come? He said to his sister, then I'll help them look for it. Song Weining? He could feel her anger through the phone. If you dare to interfere in this matter, you won't have a sister today. Songyu, actually, he just said it for fun. The bodyguards and servants of the Xia family were all there, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere. They would definitely find her. There was no need for him to be a hero. Moreover, Qin Shuyun and Xia Lingshu, one was the murderer who killed Xia Sui's mother, and the other was the viper ant who worked with old Master Xia to force him to death in Xia Sui's memories. It was a dog-eat-dog affair. Let them be. Entangled in their own affairs. Song Weining saw that he didn't speak, so she snorted. Don't mess with me. Songyu lazily said to Yang Yang, I'm in the garden now, walking towards you. Give me some trust, I'm so, ah. The scream broke the silence of the night. A woman's shrill scream came from not far away. Songyu was in the garden between the two villas of the Xia family. The moment the scream sounded, he said, wait. He immediately hung up the phone. He didn't want his sister to be afraid or worried. It was Xia Lingshu's voice. It was full of fear and despair, and it sent chills down one's spine. Songyu put his phone in his pocket and looked coldly in the direction of the voice. It was in a corner of the garden, behind a house to be exact. He strode over with his long legs. Who knew if Qin Shuyun would hurt the innocent when he went crazy? The night was still brightly lit. Fine snow swirled from the sky and circled around a lake. Songyu saw Xia Lingshu stumbling out of the main door. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in blood. Her original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. There were also scratches on her arms. Tears fell like rain, and her expression was deranged. She seemed to have used all her strength to escape in a hurry. She didn't have time to take off her high heels and kick them off. The bandage was still tied around her ankle. Help! Help! After screaming and shouting crazily, she seemed to have used up all her strength. A desperate cry for help came from her throat. When she saw Songyu, tears flowed out of her eyes. Songyu frowned. As she ran over, the heels of her high heels scraped against the cobblestones. She fell to the ground and then broke down and cried loudly. Her broken voice was pieced together to form a cry for help. Help me. Woo-woo. Help, behind her, Xianxia slowly chased after her. She didn't seem to be worried that her prey would go far. Black dress, black gloves. Blood splattered on them wouldn't be obvious. Her expression was strange and deranged. She held a fruit knife in her hand, and the knife was covered in blood. What she wanted was never Xianxia's life. She wanted Xianxia to suffer a fate worse than death. She had nothing now. Her husband was gone. Her son was gone. Evil women should all die. Su Qiao had to die. Xianxia had to die too. Oh, she was going to die soon too. Xianxia fell by the lake. Her fingers dug into the pebbles. She raised her head and looked at Songyu with her bloodied face in despair. Her tears and blood mixed together. Xianxia held the knife. Her heart was calm. She knew clearly what she was doing, but her hands were shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't see anyone other than Xianxia. Her heart was beating violently. From the moment Xianxia broke free, she knew that everything would end. She would use this knife to stab Xianxia's heart madly. Once wasn't enough. She would stab 10, 20, 30, 100 times. She would crush this evil woman's heart, stab it into pieces, make her cry out in pain and beg for mercy. In the end, she would die on the verge of death. Only then would her hatred be appeased. Songyu sighed helplessly in his heart. He didn't even know how lucky he was. He still couldn't bear to see someone die in front of him. Look at your ex-wife. In the surveillance video, a woman in a black evening gown was holding a knife. Her eyes were like a venomous snake. She smiled strangely and slashed at the woman's face. Xianxia said lightly, "Are all women's revenge methods so simple?" Xianxia was stunned. He looked up, his eyes filled with pain and shock. It was as if he was meeting his son for the first time. It was also as if it was the first time he truly felt the pain of his heart. Everything Qin Qiuyun did to Xianxia was what she did to Su Qiao. He closed his eyes tiredly, stood up, and walked out. Go and call your grandfather down. Xianxia turned off his phone and nodded with a smile. He looked at the snow outside. It was snowing again. Fortunately, there wasn't a storm. He had always hated rainy days, especially today. In the long corridor, Song Weining heard the scream from Songyu's phone. Her whole body stiffened, and then she heard the busy tone. She hurriedly tried to press the button to call back, but all she got was the reply that the call couldn't go through. Her mind went blank. The wine glass in her hand shattered on the ground. Song Weining trembled. She lifted her long dress and ran out. She rarely had such premonitions. There were no exact emotions. Most of them were confusion and sadness. She even skipped the step of fear and panic. She couldn't help but feel sad. Perhaps it was the bond of blood between siblings, or perhaps it was some other mysterious thing. It was a wonderful feeling. She first had such a premonition when she was 9 years old. She was hugging a doll to sleep. Her uncle bought a new island. Her brother and brother went there. She was the only one who couldn't go because she had a cold. She was so angry. She threw a tantrum with her mother and didn't speak for several days. Suddenly, on a stormy night, she couldn't fall asleep. She wore a nightgown and hugged her doll. She went upstairs and knocked on her mother's door. Mama Song opened the door helplessly. She touched her soft hair and asked her what happened. She threw herself into her mother's arms and said in a trembling voice, "I'm scared." Mama Song smiled and said, "Scared of thunder?" She was 9 years old. Songyu was 6. No one knew what happened on the island that year. The next morning, they found Songyu sleeping in his pajamas by the beach. Then he was sick for 10 years. My brother. Her world was a blur as she ran. She walked into the garden and looked around. She saw a man. She grabbed his hand from behind. Her vision was so blurry that she couldn't even see his face. She asked in a trembling voice, "Have you seen my brother? He's wearing a white suit. He's very tall. He's near this garden. I. She was so sad that she couldn't speak. She was the daughter of the Song family. She was one of the top socialites in a city. It was the first time she was so embarrassed. The man seemed to be stunned. He was helpless. He naturally knew Song whinnying. He said softly, "Don't cry. I'll take you to him." A crazy woman was scary. But she was a woman after all. She couldn't compete with a man in terms of physical strength. Songyu took a few steps forward and grabbed Xianxia's hand. He broke her arm and the knife fell to the ground. Xianxia seemed to have just noticed Songyu. She became angry and bit his hand with red eyes. Songyu pushed her head away. He was speechless. "Sister, if you're crazy, go to the hospital and get treated." Xianxia's vision became blurry and focused. She couldn't resist Songyu. She couldn't struggle. Tears fell from her red eyes. His lips trembled, and that deranged expression was covered by overwhelming hatred and grief at this moment. Why? She deserved to die. She deserved to die. Xianxia, who was on the ground, cried. Xianxia was crying too. She seemed to be crying about her sad and hateful life. Her voice was soft and desperate. "My life has been ruined. Su Qiao took away my marriage and Xianxia took away my family. My husband doesn't want me and my son abandoned me. The Qin family thinks I'm a disgrace. Everyone in a city is scolding me behind my back. But what did I do wrong? I'm the first wife. Doesn't the mistress deserve to die?" Her eyes were bloodshot. "This woman seduced my son and made me fall to this point. She caused me to fall to this point. Why does she have to live so well and happily? If I kill her, I'll die immediately. Evil people deserve retribution. I will die, I beg you." She knelt down and almost cried and begged Songyu. "Let me go. Let me kill her. If I kill her, I'll die immediately. I beg you." Every word crashed into his ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. Xianxia shook on the ground. "No, no, no." Songyu felt a headache coming on because of this. He didn't want to know about the truth and falsehood of the Xia family's old affairs. His sister was right. If he stepped into this mess, he would be entangled and couldn't get away. No matter what he did, he would be in trouble. Songyu called Xiaxue. But before he could get through, he heard Xiaxue's voice from behind. "Songyu." Songyu was stunned and turned around. Fine snow fell from the sky. This place was sandwiched between two villas. The lights were bright and the moonlight was cold. Xiaxue walked out of the main door. Beside her was a group of servants and bodyguards, pushing Old Master Xia's wheelchair. Old Master Xia was so angry that his face turned pale. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He was so agitated that he couldn't speak. You, Songyu heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, someone came. A few tall and strong bodyguards stepped forward and subdued Xianxia from his hands. Xianxia cried and cursed. Xiaxue's face was gloomy. She didn't even look at Xianxia, who was covered in blood on the ground. Whether Xianxia lived or died had nothing to do with her. She thought that it was just a dog-eat-dog show between these two women. She didn't expect Songyu to be involved. "Are you okay?" Xiaxue asked softly. Songyu said, "I'm definitely fine. I'm not so bad that I can't even stop a crazy woman." Xianxia's body stiffened the moment she saw Xiaxue. It was as if she saw Su Qiao, who wouldn't let her go even if she died. Old Master Xia suppressed his anger and pushed his wheelchair forward. Step by step, he walked to Xianxia. Then, he gathered his strength and slapped Xianxia's face. Slap. The painful slap also slapped her back a little bit of her rationality. Old Master Xia's voice was old and dignified. He was so angry that he trembled. "Xianxia, what exactly does our Xia family owe you?" He coughed violently twice. The servants behind him quickly came up to pat his back. Old Master Xia didn't look at his youngest daughter who was crying desperately. "Back then, this marriage was forced by you to commit suicide and hang yourself. Xia Xinian told me everything clearly. The prenuptial agreement stated clearly that you already knew that Xianxia didn't love you. You already knew that he might have an affair, but you still wanted to marry him. I thought that after the Qin family taught you for so many years, you were a sensible woman. I didn't expect, you're a lunatic. Together with your son. You've stirred up chaos in the entire family. That slap was on her face, but old Master Xia's words directly hit her heart. Yes, the prenuptial agreement. Everything was originally Xiaxinyan's play. She was just holding on to that ridiculous fantasy. She cried silently. Her black gloves were wet. She didn't know if it was the original blood or the tears now. Old Master Xia said, the marriage alliance changed from an in-law to an enemy. Now, our Xia family doesn't have you as a daughter-in-law, and we don't have Xia Mingxin as a grandson. Inform the Qin family to come and pick them up. We don't have you as a daughter-in-law. Qin Xiuyun suddenly exploded. She raised her head. Her eyes were so red that it could bleed. She laughed and scolded crazily. What do you mean by I've stirred up chaos in the Xia family? Do you think that your daughter is innocent and that your sons and grandsons are all good people? Ha 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 ha, do you know how your previous wife went crazy? Xia Lingshu arranged for her to have an abortion and trapped her in the room to be raped by a few people. Ha 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 ha, Xia Lingshu is as disgusting and despicable as her mother. She seduced someone first and sent nude photos to my son. Now, nothing has happened and she's even engaged to someone else. Old Master Xia felt like a bolt from the blue had struck him. His loose skin was trembling, and he could no longer speak. Xia Lingshu couldn't care less about the pain in her body. She went up and tried to grab Old Master Xia's hand. Dad, I didn't. Dad, I didn't. Qin Xiuyun grinned. He couldn't wait to fight to the death. Xia Lingshu is a poisonous snake. She coils around the entire Xia family's main residence. Oh, I'm wrong. Which one of your grandchildren is good? She suddenly tilted her head fiercely and looked at Xia Sui. She looked at the young man who was underage but had an elegant bearing. He lowered his eyes and looked at this scene calmly. It was as if he was untainted by the mud. Untainted by the mud? It was the mud that he had created. The anger and bitterness in her heart surged. She thought of the clues that she and her son had investigated together after the accident. Several people in the company had the same contact address. Even if it had been processed, it could still be guessed in the same direction. Jing City, Jing City. It was Xia Sui who wanted them to know. Ha ha ha, he is indeed Xia Xinyan's son. Who was the one who ruined her? Was it Su Qiao? Was it Xia Lingshu? No, she finally figured it out today. It was Xia Xinyan. All her disasters came from Xia Xinyan, the man she fell in love with at first sight at the cocktail party. Master! Master! Dad! Dad! Several people exclaimed by the lake. Old Master Xia was so frightened today that he fainted in his wheelchair. The scene was chaotic, and the bodyguards were at a loss. Qin Xiuyun took advantage of this moment to bite the hand of the strong man who restrained her and escape. She didn't take a knife. She stared at Xia Sui and pounced on her. Songyu was still looking at Old Master Xia when he suddenly smelled blood. He turned his head and saw Qin Xiuyun's widened eyes and blood-stained hand. She originally wanted to drag Xia Sui down with her, but now that she was discovered, she changed her target. She reached out and strangled Songyu's neck. Songyu cursed and didn't react for a while. Behind them was a man-made lake. Qin Xiuyun fell into the water with him. Songyu. The winter water was bone-chilling. Songyu was strangled and almost suffocated. However, he was much stronger than Qin Xiuyun, so he still managed to pull her neck away. Qin Xiuyun didn't know how to swim at all and didn't intend to live. Her face was extremely pale in the blue and yellowish water. Her eyes were very dark, and tears flowed down little by little. She fell back. Her fingers slowly stiffened. She didn't see Xia Xinyan again until she died. This was the man who really made her crazy and disastrous. Fortunately, she saw the pale and panicked face of the young man. Before she died, she had a strange smile on her face. The pain of losing everything, I want you to experience it. Songyu knew that Xiaxue should have jumped down with him. The water was very cold, but it was okay for him. Songyu was about to poke his head out when he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He froze on the spot. The intense pain and the feeling of being in a trance were heartbreaking. He felt like his soul was being split in half. There wasn't a drop of blood, but his whole body was convulsing in pain. Looking up from the lake, he couldn't see anything clearly, but there should be snow falling. The dampness of the water was very strong. The floating light was like a mirror. Before he completely fell into a coma, he finally remembered something. He remembered the storm when he was 6 years old. What did he see at the beach? The sea villa was very close to the beach. That night, he remembered that he had dropped something very important on the beach. When he ran out, the weather was just very gloomy. The sand was turned over bit by bit. After a long time, the sky suddenly thundered and it started to rain. The rain was very heavy. He felt that he probably couldn't find it. He scratched his head and planned to go home, but he accidentally slipped on the beach. He ate a lot of sand. After spitting it out, he rubbed his eyes and saw an incredible scene. Was it a mirage? He saw purple air coming from the east and the sky clearing up. A tall man walked onto the island. He was as cold as an ice sculpture. His legs were long and slender. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, but there was no gentleness in them. The sound of the rising and falling tides seemed to have stopped. There was only the man's voice between heaven and earth. It was cold and gentle. He whispered, "I've come to avenge you." The lake was very noisy. He seemed to hear his sister's voice. With a crying tone, it overlapped with all the messy things in his memory. Songyu felt that he was held in someone's arms and leaned against the shore. In fact, the feeling of drowning was not bad. Probably the feeling of his soul being torn apart was too painful, so the physical pain was much lighter. He wanted to talk to Xiaxue and tell her not to be afraid, but it was too painful. 008, you're making trouble. When I really see you in person, I'll kill you. Oh, his eyelashes trembled, and he thought sadly in Xiaxue's arms. At that time, the birthday gift was given out as a farewell gift in Jingqing, because Xiaxue's birthday was a painful day that she didn't want to mention. So he subconsciously didn't ignore or pay attention to it. But today, he couldn't forget. It was Xiaxue's birthday. When Songyu woke up, she was trapped in a blue cube suspended in the air. It was like a huge cage. The whole cage was made of a very strange material, constantly flowing with silver-white light. Next to it was a dark world. He looked down blankly and saw that his wrist was wrapped in a white tube, and the end was in the edge of the cube. It was a little too quiet all around. Songyu was very calm. In this different dimension space, the sharp and stimulating pain before fainting was gone, and the feeling of the soul being twisted and torn was eliminated. He sat in the center of the cube and looked down at the thing on his wrist. The tube seemed to be wrapped around the surface of his wrist, but when he moved, he could feel the pain clearly. On the invisible side of the skin, there were many needle-like things, all penetrated into his blood vessels, as if they were going to suck something from him. Songyu frowned. Host. In the space came the weak voice of 008, a timid and guilty tone that he had not seen for a long time. Songyu ignored him and looked at his clothes. It was a hospital gown, so he should have fainted in the real world. Now he was in the hospital. Songyu pulled up the corners of his mouth, which was the kind of familiar mocking smile that people who didn't know him were familiar with. But in a flash, he seemed to want to make the pain more real. He twisted his wrist and said to 008 calmly, "We are also old friends. Sit down and make it clear." 008 wanted to speak and then stopped. He shrank a little and chose to show up in front of Songyu. Little by little, the data fused out. It was exactly the same facial features, light hair, light pupils, but 008 was clean and innocent like a little white rabbit. It was the same as Songyu's first sight when he woke up in the ward. The sick and poor boy shook his body and sat quietly cross-legged opposite him. Their completely different temperaments made them seem more like twins. The elder brother was cold and the younger brother was soft. Songyu looked at him quietly. 008's expression was quite complicated, and he sighed. Now that things had escalated to this point, there was no need to say anything more. It said, "Host, you can stay here for a while. We can't erase you anyway. When everything is over, we will send you back to your original world." After a pause, 008 added, "Song Ling's world." Song Yu asked, "And? When will it end?" He looked at his wrist and raised it. "You've sent me away twice, haven't you? I belong to this world. When I was 6 years old, you sent me away. When I was 15, I came back. Now, you want to send me away again?" 008 choked. When he was distressed, he liked to bite his lips. His white teeth left a shallow mark on his pink lips. Song Yu said faintly, "Don't do such girly things with my face." 008, probably because he felt guilty, he couldn't get angry at Song Yu. There were only the two of them in the entire space. 008 frowned tightly, with a bitter expression, and said, "Who would have thought that things would come to this point?" After this time, the Lord God is estimated to no longer dare to covet the power of the Son of Destiny in the world. Song Yu, Son of Destiny? Do you mean Xiaxia? 008 tried to laugh, but it was uglier than crying. "Well, you can say that. What do you want to do?" 008 slumped down and pitifully said, "We just want to collect some love value and hatred value. There's no need to be so troublesome." It stretched out its hands, spread them out in front of it, and slowly gathered a book in the palm of its hand. The book opened automatically, and lines of black words rolled out. It was Gentle Control. Song Yu was silent. 008 said, "My creator is a mad scientist." In the later interstellar era, it was generally believed that the spirit was the foundation of man, and the algorithm about the soul was found from the genetic code. So he proposed an idea of pursuing immortality and building a data spiritual world, so that after the death of the body, the soul could live there forever. The energy needed to build this virtual world became a problem. The resources of our world couldn't be enough, so he turned his eyes to other worlds. My birth, and even the birth of our whole system, was born because of this. But later, my creator suddenly gave up, as if he had realized something, and soon after, the world also perished. He is just an AI, an artificial intelligence. For the disappearance of a world, the annihilation of a high-level civilization, does not have much impact. This is the rule of the universe, and those past events will be sealed in the vast history. We were left behind in a lower world, and then we were picked up by someone, who is my current master. 008 stopped and didn't know what to say about his master. Master used to be miserable. After getting us, he began to change his luck. Unlike my creator, my master doesn't understand the truth of the magic cube, and he doesn't want to understand. What he wants from beginning to end is the luck of others. If you harvest all the love and hate of a person, you can hold his luck in your hands. He doesn't have the ability to collect the love and hate of the whole world like my creator, so he stares at the most powerful person. That is, the so-called protagonist, the one who is loved by the world's consciousness. We've been to many small worlds, and that's what we've done. We'll make some small changes based on that person's timeline. We'll arrange some evil people around him that he shouldn't have met. After collecting enough hatred points, we'll use data matching to find a soul lover. The system will enter the mind of the chosen person, manipulate his consciousness, and approach the main character. Then, we'll obtain all his love. Song Yu laughed when she heard that. If this was in a novel, it would probably be the life of Lei Feng. C.E. He had even helped to think of the plot. An ordinary boy suddenly obtained a mysterious and powerful system one day, which allowed him to collect the luck of others. Then, he began his brilliant and extraordinary life. Your master is the Lord God that you keep talking about? Does he deserve to be called a god? 008 corrected, "You are not allowed to say that about my master." Song Yu said, "Gentle Control was written by you." 008 began to bite his lip again. Song Yu said, "Your master was able to arrange such a deranged plot?" 008 said discontentedly. "The master has consulted a lot. This is the plot arrangement that can best inspire Xiaxui's hatred." Song Yu, "Oh." He asked, "What will happen to those people after your master takes away their luck?" 008 shook his head and said, "We don't know what happened after that." Song Yu asked again, "Do the protagonists of the previous world know your existence?" 008 shook his head again, "I don't know. People who are loved by the world's consciousness are very strong in mental strength. After finding out, they will bring us a lot of trouble. Songyu was stunned. Suddenly, he was glad that when he confessed to Xiaxia, he also told 008 and the system. After knowing all the ins and outs, Songyu calmed down. He had always been curious about the origin of the system. Sure enough, such technology belonged to the advanced civilization that had been destroyed by the universe. He was surprised at first. Why did he have to be despicably attached to a person's love and hate with such ability? Now he understands that he can do this series of disgusting operations, just a Lei Feng who suddenly got a treasure. Songyu looked around and remembered 008's declaration of the so-called humane system at the beginning. He only felt that it was ironic, so you've always been a gang crime, making it mysterious. To put it bluntly, it's illegal invasion, forcibly occupying and stealing 008 choked. In the idealism that its creator instilled in it, forcible possession and theft were wrong, but as a system, the first line of data written was absolute obedience. It didn't know how to refute, so it could only give up. Anyway, you will go to another world soon. You can think whatever you want. Songyu looked at him a few more times, touched the tube on his left wrist with his right hand, and said lightly, "Why do you tell me everything?" 008 looked at him timidly, thought for a while, and was a little sad. "In fact, I like you very much." Songyu smiled. "Oh." Thinking that Songyu's memory would be cleared at that time, 008 simply said all the depression in his heart, "My master's ambition is too big. How can the destiny of the world be easy to get close to?" In the last life, Xiaxia was completely out of the plot, not only love, but also hate. A lot of the harm we planned, including him being driven out of the Xia family, being imprisoned, all didn't happen. He was too strong. Xiaxia, this person, seems to have no extreme emotions in his life, like a lack of feelings. We also harvested a little hatred when he was young and before he grew up. Later, when he grew up, he had no love, no hate, and everything was out of control. This book, Gentle Control, which was written as a reference, was completely invalid. After Songyu listened, he said coldly, "So you lied to me last time in the auditorium. 008 is reasonable, didn't you not believe a word? How can you be a liar?" Songyu, he believed it. He believed a little. He believed that they had always been friends in their last life. It's ridiculous to think about it all now. 008 said, "Of course, the hatred of the last life was full. After you died, I got Xiaxui's hatred from Zhaoziyu and Qi Namo." Songyu's eyes fell on the line of words. His eyes paused and he didn't speak. 008, that's why we must need the role of Songyu. After sending you away, I still got into this shell as an autistic person for so many years. It's really strange to say that only you have love or hate about Xiaxia. We can't detect it, and we can't collect it. If it could be collected, it would have been solved long ago. There would be no need for so much trouble. So, for us, Xiaxia falling in love with other people is easy to solve, only you can't. In the previous world, it was difficult to collect hatred, but easy to collect love. This time, it's difficult to collect hatred, but it's even more difficult to collect love. After Songyu opened the window to 008, he had nothing to hate about it. Now what he hated more was the person who controlled all this behind the scenes. He glanced at the cube around him. Only when he looked carefully could he find that there was a light purple 9-square pattern on it. Rubik's Cube. This was in a Rubik's Cube. The product of advanced civilization fell into the hands of a dark villain and became a weapon for him to seize other people's luck. He smiled, turned to look at 008, and asked, "Why must it be Zhaoziyu? Isn't it easy to fall in love with other people? The tragedy of the last life has been caused. Zhaoziyu and Xiaxia are enemies at first sight. Why do you force them to be together in this life? Why don't you choose someone else?" When 008 mentioned this, he wanted to sigh again. "You don't know how hard my master works. Luck is linked to energy. Data monitoring and Xiaxia will fall in love with the favored son of heaven who is evenly matched. Xiaxia is a person who is favored by the world. Where can he find someone who is equally matched with him? He can only create one. When he was a child, he got a little bit of Xiaxui's hatred, the division of luck. The master didn't use it on himself. All of it was given to Xiaoziyu, who has the same spiritual power in this world. In the last life, it's the same in this life. Once you put it in, you won't stop. Songyu was amused by the operation of the God King. He's really interesting. 008 and Songyu are old friends, and he has been hurt by him many times. He puffed up his mouth and had nothing to say. Master's moves are wrong. He didn't send you away. When you came back, everything was in chaos. Later, Zhaoziyu's memory was restored and my colleagues were arranged to go there. Alas, I'm convinced. At this point, I don't know what he is still clinging to. Maybe it's the gambler's psychology. Every time he operates in the upper world, he consumes a lot of energy. He used to have money, fame and fortune in his own world. Now his luck is zero. He is estimated to be no different from when he picked us up. Songyu lowered his eyes and seemed to see the crazy and stupid master behind 008. After investing so much, how could he be willing to stop? But the more he gambled, the bigger he got. He was afraid that he would lose everything in the end. Thinking of this, Songyu raised the corners of his lips with some banter. Raising his eyes looked at 008 coldly, and his voice was calm. Do you know why I came back? 008 spit out. Xiaosui's obsession. I think he was looking for death in his last life, and he was thinking about you before he died. But it's a new life. The thought before death still has so much power to pull you back. Songyu thought, they really don't know. It's his obsession. Do you know why I came back in the summer when I was 15? 008's eyelids lifted, and the same face showed a child's confusion. Why, Songyu said with a smile, because he was reborn in that summer, or he recovered the memory of his last life in that summer. 008 suddenly raised his head, and the data virtual brown eyes were lighter than Songyu's own. He stared straight, and opened his mouth trembling. Songyu said slowly, he has all the memories of his last life. How can you succeed? 008 disappeared, anxious and shocked. Songyu took back his sight and looked at the book that was still in the air. Without the noisy 008, there was a terrible silence around him. He sat in such a blue hollow Rubik's Cube, and there was no echo in the silent universe. He stretched out his hand, no longer let the book turn pages automatically, and closed the virtual gentle control. After a moment of silence, he turned it over from the beginning. It was like sitting in the ward at the beginning, reading this absurd and ridiculous story of abuse page by page. Now I understand that it's really abuse for the sake of abuse. Jingqing, an old house. Xiaosui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, squatted in the corner of the corridor, and dealt with all the wounds before he dared to go upstairs. He came back late. Grandma Chen had fallen asleep, and the food on the table was cold. He put down his school bag, went to the table, and fought with the gangsters. His right hand was broken, and he couldn't hold the chopsticks at all. He could only eat the cold and bitter vegetables with his left hand. But his left hand was also injured, and there was a crack between the thumb and the index finger. It was very painful when he pulled it a little. Xiaosui stopped for a long time, put down the chopsticks, couldn't eat, and began to clean the table. He finally saved some living expenses, and tomorrow the Jingqing No. 1 middle school will start. I hope everything will be all right. Songyu looked at this line calmly for a long time, and his eyes were slightly red. Alas, his boyfriend was so miserable at the beginning. It didn't get better, and those idiots arranged a lot of bad people to be around you. He lowered his eyes, with tears in his eyes, and cried for the first time in this place where no one could see. All the memories came back. So everything was explained. How could he have such a real sense of disgust and anger for such a book? Why did he go straight to Xiaosui as soon as he was discharged from the hospital? With the opera and the gentle night wind as the background, the voice with a smile came through the ancient time. An assumption that seemed to be very ridiculous and not taken into consideration. If you had told me when you moved to Jingqing with Aunt Sue, I would have come with you. Then my mother would have agreed. After all, my grandmother was here. Then I would have transferred to your school, your class, and become your deskmate. I would have been very good to you at that time, and protected you from those bad things and bad people. You see, I didn't break the promise. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Rubik's Cube was terrifyingly quiet. Songyu closed the book, gentle control. After he calmed down, he looked at the tube on his wrist. It stuck to his skin and pierced his flesh. There was an external force that seemed to want to absorb something from him, but it had no effect. "You're here, right?" His tone was calm as he spoke. He paused for a moment, but there was no response from the air. Xianxia was calm, and his lips curved into a mocking smile. "Even if you don't come out, I can always force you out." He stood up and easily tore off the eyesore tube on his wrist. As he did this, a purple light flowed through the lines of the entire Rubik's Cube. Violent fluctuations appeared in the air, visible to the naked eye. It conveyed the disbelief and panic of the person behind the scenes. This was the space of the Rubik's Cube, a spiritual space created by an advanced civilization. Naturally, spiritual power determined the strength of an individual. After forcibly tearing off the tube, Xianxia stood straight and looked at a certain point in the air. His eyes were cold as he said, "Come, idiot, let's talk." There were no outsiders in the Rubik's Cube. The purpose of the tube was to suppress him and make him sleep. Unexpectedly, Xianxia woke up halfway and even caused such an energy fluctuation inside. A few rapid gasps sounded all around. The pages of the book he had closed quickly flipped, and the words turned crystal blue. A man slowly walked out of the light. It was a thin man who seemed like he would fall with a gust of wind. He was very thin, and there was a strong sense of anxiety, gloom, and hostility between his eyebrows. He was so ordinary that he couldn't be found in a crowd. He wore a suit, and his skin was pale. It was unknown whether it was because of his childhood suffering, but there was a scar from his forehead to the corner of his right eye. It made his already ordinary facial features look hideous and ugly. Xianxia's gaze was calm. The smile on his lips was sarcastic and cold, and his eyes were cold. A strong sense of hostility and suppressed anger welled up in his heart. Is that it? A fool who failed in reality, relying on something that didn't belong to him, stealing other people's luck, and making him and Xiaxia so miserable in 2 lifetimes. Xianxia took a deep breath and smiled. "You're finally willing to show yourself." The man in the crystal blue light narrowed his eyes. He was like a gambler at the end of his rope. He was so ambitious that he was willing to give up everything. At the last step, his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the man, and his voice sounded like it would disappear at any moment. "I really regret not killing you." The voice was mechanical and hoarse, strangely echoing within the Rubik's Cube world. Xianxia seemed to have heard a joke. "Regret what?" "It's obvious that you're not strong enough to kill me, but you're making it sound like you're letting me live." The man pursed his lips and stared at him. "I won't disappear even if you disappear. Are you worthy of being called a god? This Rubik's Cube might not even recognize you." Xianxia took a step forward and mocked, "Are you used to using other people's things?" The man was forced out by him because he was afraid of the energy that made the whole Rubik's Cube tremble. But after traveling through so many worlds and manipulating the lives of so many people, he almost felt like he was the creator. How could he be afraid of Xianxia? Looking at the approaching Xianxia, he curled his lips contemptuously. "Xianxia, aren't you overestimating yourself?" Xianxia also laughed. "Don't, I've always looked down on myself." From beginning to end, he was never afraid of 008 or the so-called Lord God. The only thing he was afraid of was his sudden disappearance and the separation of 2 worlds. "At this point, you're still trying to get Xiaxia's love value from me?" Xianxia glanced at the tube that he threw on the ground and merged into the Rubik's Cube shell. After a little thought, he figured out what this fool wanted to do. He was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to take one last gamble and kidnap him to the Lord God space to see if he could forcibly get the love value. But he was doomed to fail. The man suddenly became angry, and his eyes were full of resentment. "If it weren't for you, I would have left this world by now." "Xianxia, why did you come back?" "When I was 6 years old, I had already sent you away." "Why did you come back?" 6 years old. Xianxia was stunned. He remembered the last thing he saw on the island. It was the illusion of Xiaxia coming to avenge him in his previous life. When his soul was forcibly stripped away, the deepest desire hidden in his heart was in the corresponding place. He saw the person he couldn't forget. This fool still had the nerve to say that. Xianxia's legs were very long. It was basically a matter of 2 steps to walk over. His face was as calm as water as he stretched out his hand. The man, who was originally just a mass of light blue data, was miraculously touched by him. The Lord God's eyes suddenly widened. He trembled and couldn't speak. You, the so-called Lord God, in fact, was a submissive, selfish, greedy, and timid ordinary person before he found the treasure. His temperament was even worse than that of ordinary people. The characteristics that were engraved in his bones when he was young could not be changed no matter how rich and successful he became. In fact, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The more conceited they are, the more inferior they feel. The more they have nothing, the more ambitious they become. This is the spiritual world. You dare to let your spiritual body appear in front of me. You're quite brave. Xianxia tugged at his tie and pulled it down. His eyes were cold as he kicked the man in the stomach. The 5 senses of the spiritual body were all connected. The Lord God let out a muffled groan and knelt down. His face was suffocating and turned purple. He stared at Xianxia in disbelief. It was as if he didn't believe that Xianxia could touch him, or that Xianxia had directly attacked him. Xianxia half knelt down and pinched the man's chin, forcing him to look at him in humiliation. He said softly, "The lower you are in the real world, the lower you are in the spiritual world." What is this? A useless piece of trash who doesn't know anything, relying on a heaven-defying artifact to change his fate? I really don't know who's the unlucky one here. An injury to the spiritual body was more serious than an injury to the physical body. The Lord God originally wanted to confront him face to face, but now he was beaten up like this. He instantly shattered the virtual body and pulled out of the Rubik's Cube. In the air was a man's incomparably angry voice. "Xianxia. Just you wait. When you go back to the other small world, I won't let you have an easy time." Xianxia rubbed his fist and said, "You don't have to wait for the next world. You brought your family and went through a lot of trouble to come to my world. How can I let you leave so easily?" He tilted his head and said in a tone that seemed to be asking and teasing, "You can't get Xiaxui's love and hate points from me. You can't get energy from me. Haven't you thought about the reason?" The Lord God's breathing stopped. Xianxia remembered the conversation with 008. "Do the protagonists of the previous world know of your existence?" "They don't know. The people who are favored by the world's consciousness are very strong in spiritual power. After they find out, they will bring us a lot of trouble." Xianxia smiled. He thought of 008's helpless appearance in front of him. He couldn't do anything and could only be anxious. "I'm not the protagonist, but my spiritual power shouldn't be bad either." There was another sentence that Xianxia didn't say. The creator of the Rubik's Cube, before it was destroyed, should have thought that there would be such a day. The technology of a high-level civilization fell into the hands of evil people with evil intentions, and it became a disaster. If in that civilization, the soul had an algorithm, and love and hate also had a numerical value, this Lord God had done so much evil, and there would be a day when he would pay back. The Lord God was silent, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The anger and despicable resentment in his heart were restrained. He looked at Xianxia from high above, like a coiled snake with its head raised. He didn't say a word. He hated Xianxia so much now that he didn't intend to send him to the original world. He wanted to trap him in this place forever. She would wait for Xiaxui to calm down in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Then, he would fall in love with anyone and accumulate enough love points. The time in the Rubik's Cube was frozen. He was not afraid that he couldn't wait. He had now given up on Xiaoziyu, who was not easy to deal with. He was waiting to take back the luck and energy that had been given to him in the beginning. Xiaxui liked Xianxia. In the future, he could find someone with the same personality in the trichiliocosm to this world, and teach that person to capture Xiaxui and collect love points from Xiaxui. Then he would show all this to Xianxia, and let him see how his lover fell in love with others. Xianxia was using his spiritual power to open the Rubik's Cube with his bare hands. Each side was a 9-square grid, crisscrossed horizontally and vertically. He could feel that he could control some tiny particles in the air and turn them into weapons. This Rubik's Cube was a huge shell. It looked solid, but at the interface, it was as thin as a piece of paper. He reached out and touched those places. He could clearly feel the cold anger, irritation, killing intent, and deep negative emotions from hundreds and thousands of people. What did he say in front of him? Evil energy feedback. The king god did not notice the changes in the Rubik's Cube. He had never really understood or owned the Rubik's Cube. Stay here for the rest of your life, Xianxia. Do you want to see how your boyfriend falls in love with others in the future? Xianxia's expression was cold. He was disgusted and tired of the king god's words. His boyfriend was not so stupid and easy to capture if he fell in love with someone without knowing whether their feelings were real or fake. What would he use to capture them? Use his life to capture them. Xianxia looked up. A mirror appeared in front of him. There were many intermittent scenes in the mirror. His body froze slightly, and his scattered spiritual power stopped. The scene in the mirror was the man who had shattered all his pride and calmness in front of his sister after his death in his previous life. Behind him, the black rain was heavy, wetting the grass. Xiaxui's face was pale as she leaned over and kissed. The tombstone. Xianxia's expression became sad. Many scenes flashed through the mirror. The last one was this life. After he fell into the water and fainted at the Xia family's house, Xiaxui completely lost control. His cold and distant appearance collapsed. His eyes were red, and he was so fierce that he seemed to want to kill someone. Xiaolingxi was screaming, and his sister was crying. It was a mess. He was sent to the hospital. Xiaxui was slapped by his father. The proud young man did not say a word. He lowered his eyes and repeatedly apologized. The parents always knew their children best. Chairman Song had been in the business world for so many years. Nothing could be hidden from him. His father probably saw all the twists and turns between him and Xiaxui. Considering that he had just been discharged from the hospital for half a year, Chairman Song was worried about his health, so he pretended to be confused. Song Yu's eyes were slightly sore. He sighed. Sadness welled up in his heart. He immediately shook his head. Forget it. What's the use of looking at these? Let's break the Rubik's Cube first and kill this idiot. He promised Xiaxui that he would go out. Xiaxui's cold voice suddenly came from the mirror. Your name is 008, right? If you don't come out, I'll kill him now. Song Yu suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. There were 3 people in the mirror, Zhao Ziyu, Xiaxui, and 008. It was a strange coincidence with the ending of his last life. In the empty corridor of the hospital. It was not a gun in his last life. This time, it was a knife. The knife reflected Xiaxui's cold eyebrows and eyes. The smile on her lips seemed to be covered with darkness. The whole person was in a state of madness and paranoia. 008 left him. He should have been shocked by the news and hurried back to tell Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Ziyu could not die. So much energy had been poured into him, but he had yet to recoup it. Sure enough, Song Yu saw 008 get out of Zhao Ziyu's body in fear. The weak light blue body, the same appearance as him, was submissive. It seemed that 008 was scared silly. This seemed to make Xiaxui laugh. He threw away Zhao Ziyu, who did not want to resist and cooperate with him at all. The knife turned between his slender fingers. He stepped forward, covered 008's face, and pierced the heart of AI with the knife. Do you deserve it? The protagonist's spiritual force is strong enough to be the king in the spiritual world. At the moment when 008 appeared, Xiaxui had already touched the door of Rubik's Cube. In the quiet corridor of the hospital, the vast blue light waves spread silently. At the moment when the mirror broke, he heard the scream of God King outside the Rubik's Cube, or the voice of another world. Dash. Song Yu woke up and found something strange. Cold white flames suddenly spread around him and burned the book to ashes. They formed a line, a piece, and a surface, covering the sky and the earth in the depths of this empty universe. An intersection corner of the Rubik's Cube, which he had been focused on attacking, was finally torn apart. Countless protagonists in the world realized that they had been deceived. The accumulated anger and hatred gushed out. It became a raging fire and turned back to God King. The raging fire burned his body, and the heart-wrenching pain was not enough. All the pain, suffering, and tears would continue on his body. Dash. The screams were endless. Songyu heard the sound of cracking. The Rubik's Cube, which had been static for a long time, was turning. Streamers of light came one by one, from top to bottom, from left to right. 20 billion years ago, the most glorious god-level civilization that had ever existed was forcibly erased by the rules of the universe, and now the only remaining product was also about to die. The cube was like a piece of glass, full of spider silk, and shattered in an instant. Then it fell to the ground. It was like the end of a civilization. White flames ignited in the black space. The illusory and absurd spiritual world. Songyu stood up straight and looked at the familiar figure who was walking over on the flames. The sparks burned the barren and cold frozen earth. This time, you saved me from the darkness. Songyu woke up. After the torment in the Rubik's Cube world, he was very weak. In the real world, he fell into the water and caught a cold. His face was pale, and he didn't seem to be in good condition. His family wanted him to stay in the hospital for more than 10 days, and he even spent the new year here. From the looks of it, Ma Xiaoding wasn't wrong. She jinxed him. Song Weining was almost scared to death by him. Thinking of the day he got into trouble, she was angry and anxious. I told you, the women of the Xie family are crazy. I told you not to interfere, and I told you not to get involved, but you didn't listen. Is it comfortable to stay in the hospital? Songyu smiled at her and didn't intend to explain. This matter was too mysterious and couldn't be explained clearly. Since he dared to interfere, he wasn't afraid anymore. What happened had nothing to do with Qin Qiuyun. It was useless for Qin Qiuyun to drag him into the water. It wasn't like he couldn't swim. In the end, he shook off that crazy woman and found his way back to the shore. His soul was just separated from his body by the system and the Lord God. Song Weining peeled an orange and sighed. Qin Qiuyun is dead, and Xia Lingshu has done all kinds of evil. The wedding was cancelled, and she's gone crazy. What is this? Evil people have evil karma? Songyu didn't care about these people's endings. He was about to ask about Xia Sui when he saw the door of the ward open. Xia Sui walked in with something in her hands. His words stopped on the tip of his tongue. Song Weining also saw her anger towards the Xia family. She sat on Xia Sui's lap and held her breath. Her expression was very bad. Xia Sui paused for a moment and said, I'm here to bring some food to Songyu. Song Weining's face was cold, and he was unmoved. Songyu was a little preoccupied now. He urged his sister, isn't your idol's new drama premiering today? Aren't you rushing back to watch it? I'm almost recovered. Sister, you don't have to accompany me. Please don't disturb your brother and sister-in-law's alone time. Song Weining? Song Weining, it was unfortunate that the family had raised such an ingrate. She glared fiercely at Songyu, gritted her teeth, and left. Finally, only the two of them were left in the ward. Songyu had a lot of things to say to him, so he immediately sat up straight. Xia Sui pressed down on his hand and raised her eyebrows. You're already in this state, and you still want to torment me? Now, he had really returned to his weak and sickly persona. Songyu smiled and said, it's okay. I'm not afraid. Xia Sui stared at him with her dark eyes and said, I'm scared. Songyu was stunned and coughed embarrassedly. Oh. The Qin family was in a mess because of Qin Qiuyun. After Zhao Ziyu got rid of 008, the memories of his previous life disappeared. He had returned to being the arrogant and even a little mean eldest grandson of the Zhao family. After this incident, Songyu basically had no opinion of him. Gentle control was fake. In their previous life, none of them had gained anything from Xia Sui. Without those stories, their hatred was unnecessary. When Chairman Song came to pick him up from the hospital, he happened to see him playing with his phone and being fed porridge by Xia Sui. Chairman Song's sunny mood instantly fell to the bottom. Songyu saw his father almost bite the spoon. Xia Sui was stunned, but she was very calm. She immediately put the food on the table and politely called out, Uncle Song. However, no matter how he pretended to be obedient, it was useless. To Chairman Song, Xia Sui's identity was no longer the son of a business partner, but a wolf cub who wanted to kidnap his son. All the praise he had for this child at the beginning was gone, and only hatred was left. Because of this, Chairman Song rejected Song Yu's request to study in Jing City again. Chairman Song said, "Don't even think about seeing Xiaxia again, let alone studying in the same school. I was wondering why you were so obedient when you went to Jing City. It turned out that you prepared such a big surprise for me." Song Yu tried to persuade him with reason. "No, Dad, we have to be reasonable." "Shut up." It was useless. Chairman Song was irritable and didn't listen to any advice. The blue parrot gloated, "Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully a poor young man." It was a mess. Needless to say, it was Song Weining's new teaching. He didn't know where he read it from. Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and finally begged his mother. It was the first time in his life that he acted like a spoiled child, which made his mother laugh. Song Weining was on the phone with her boyfriend. She was so shocked that she got goosebumps. She rolled her eyes and replied, "I didn't hang up. I was just scared. My brother was acting like a spoiled child." "Why shouldn't you be surprised? You won't talk like that when you know what my brother is like." Hearing this, Mama Song was half amused and half angry. "How can you talk about your brother like that?" Song Weining only wanted to chuckle. She did not have such an ingrate brother who would side with outsiders. After his brother came back, he didn't know the truth. His brother also joined the team to fight against Chairman Song's dictatorship. Chairman Song. Family misfortune. Family misfortune. Later, Chairman Song agreed to let him go to Jing City. Originally, they were busy and often not at home. Seeing that Song Yu liked Jing City so much and his grandmother was there, they let him go. Xiaxia also went back to Jing City. Xiaxinian had his own arrangements. Xiaxia was still underage. If she stayed in a city, she would be involved in the disputes of a lot of brothers and sisters, which was not good for him. Besides, it was not like he didn't know anything. He could slowly take over the affairs of the Xia family from a distance. Sometimes he was surprised by his son's scheming. In February, the snow melted. The new year had just passed and the streets were lively. Song Yu returned to Jing City. It happened to be the day before the registration, and the first class had a gathering. Ma Xiaoting had been practicing his cooking skills for a month. He was taken to the villa by his classmates and volunteered to be the head chef. Of course, after he cooked a plate of scrambled eggs with green pepper, everyone regretted it. Xianxia couldn't bear to see him wasting food, so he grabbed his collar and pulled him away from the kitchen. Ma Xiaoting was angry and dissatisfied. "What are you doing? Are you looking down on me?" Xianxia, yes, yes, yes. Please don't show off your cooking skills. I still want to live for another 60 years. Song Yu was in charge of shopping. When he was shopping in the supermarket in Xiaxia, he received a strange look from the girls. They hid aside, blushing and whispering. He took a bag of mint candy and said as if he was used to it, "If they know that we are already in a relationship, will they scream with excitement?" Xiaxia chuckled, "Are you going to make it public? I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Song Yu immediately said, "No, no, no. It's better to keep a low profile in high school. Let's do it in private." Xiaxia, why? Song Yu, studying is the most important thing. As the top student in the grade, you should set an example. Xiaxia said slowly, "Oh, I thought you were enjoying the feeling of being in a relationship." Song Yu. Enjoy my ass. The dishes were all served. Ma Xiaoting's plate of scrambled eggs with green pepper was placed in the middle of the table. Everyone disliked it because it was dark and they couldn't see the ingredients at all. He was the only one who didn't know his place. He stood up and took chopsticks to each person's bowl. Yang said proudly, "Don't stand on ceremony." Good brother. Shi Bowen was the only good brother who supported him. He scrunched up his face and took a bite with his chopsticks. After a moment of silence, he ran to the toilet and vomited. Amidst the mocking laughter, Ma Xiaoting touched his nose and sat down. He refused to admit his mistake and said, "Squeamish." Of course, there were games to be played at the party. The last time they played Truth or Dare in the KTV, there were 2 historical puzzles that the group was still brooding over. This time, they played a few more rounds like last time. Xianxia took out his cards and said excitedly, I don't need to explain the old rules. The king is the trump card, and the little king is the joker. There must be a dare in 3 rounds. After saying that, he winked at Songyu. Songyu. He knew they wouldn't let him go. The joker in the first round was Ma Shouting, and the trump card was Shiboan. Shiboan ate a mouthful of dark cuisine. His whole body was still immersed in pain. He asked the truth, did you only learn how to open a gas tank in the past month? Ma Shouting was so angry that his face turned red and white. He shouted hoarsely, of course not. Judge Xianxia, You didn't even tell the truth. Drink a glass as punishment. Ha 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 ha. After a few rounds, the joker was finally in Songyu's hands. Truth. Songyu didn't even think about it. The group of people, oh. Was the question of the century finally going to be revealed? The one who got the joker was a boy. He said with a cheeky smile, Brother Yu, do you remember the last time we played, you said that you dreamed every day? Can you tell me now? Who is the person in your dream? Songyu paused and subconsciously turned to look at Xiaxia next to him. Xiaxia looked at him quietly and smiled. Instantly, a warm current spread to his limbs. In this warm and cheerful atmosphere, Songyu looked at the boy and said calmly, the person in my dream is my deskmate. Everyone? My deskmate. Your deskmate. Do you know who your deskmate is? Ma Shouting was so shocked that her chopsticks fell to the ground. Xianxia covered his mouth excitedly to stop himself from laughing out loud. Songyu was quite calm after he finished speaking. With the prestige of a school bully, everyone could only tremble and hold back their gossipy hearts as they drew the cards again. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky, but this time, the joker fell into Xiaxui's hands, and the trump card was in Songyu's hands. The second question of the century was about to be solved, however, why did the trump card have to be in Songyu's hands? Songyu glanced at them. Ma Shouting more or less guessed something and chose to turn off the microphone. The girls had nothing to do with the boys gossiping. Shiboan sighed and said, Brother Yu, please fulfill one of our wishes. We've been thinking about it for a year. A boy said, that's right, Brother Yu. I was just cuckolded today. Please give me a chance. Xianxia couldn't stop laughing and said cheekily, Brother Yu, my wife is in labor. She's waiting to hear the answer and go back to deliver the baby. Songyu really had to hand it to them. He lowered his head and looked at the trump card. He didn't know why, but he felt a little hurt when he touched it. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he asked the question that he already knew the answer to. He said softly, who was the person you said you liked last time? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually asked the question, the air suddenly fell silent. They thought that it would be a very long process of waiting. Unexpectedly, their school hunk didn't even think about it. His beautiful peach blossom eyes stared unblinkingly at the person in front of him. He curled his lips and said with a smile, I like her. My deskmate. I dreamt of my deskmate. My deskmate in the dream. The 2 unsolved mysteries were solved together today, and then a shocking piece of news exploded for them. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and they didn't know what to say. Shiboan was more familiar with them. As early as last semester, he could tell that the atmosphere between them wasn't right. He fixed his glasses in a daze and broke the silence. Brother Yu, thank God. You're together? Xiaxia smiled but didn't say anything. Songyu didn't deny it. Silence. Once again, there was a dead silence. Then, Xianxia couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. He stirred up the stiff atmosphere again. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia slammed the table excitedly. I knew it. I knew it. Liang Yingying received Songyu's cold gaze. Her body stiffened, and she quickly covered her friend's mouth. She scolded, just say it, just say it. What did you say? Did I say you could speak? Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Some were surprised, some were excited, and some were on the verge of collapse. It was bustling with noise and excitement, and everyone was talking at once. No. You're really together. F*ck, I'm going to tell all the girls in school that their two Prince Charming are together. I can borrow their shoulders to make them cry. Woo-woo, sway you, and an Israel. Although Ma Shouting had guessed most of it, it was another matter to hear confirmation from the person in question. He puffed out his chest and began to yang with a group of people. Look at how scared you are. Isn't it obvious? I guessed it a long time ago. Brother you and God Xia are so gay. How can they be straight? When he got excited, he slammed the table emotionally. The details determine success or failure. When I opened my eyes, I already knew that something was wrong. Jiang Chenian pulled Liang Yingying's hand away. You're a hindsight person. Keep bragging. Song Yu hadn't told him about that stupid divination yet. He pushed the plate in front of him. 666, since you're so good, I'll reward you with a plate of green pepper scrambled eggs. Ma Shouting, the group, ha 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 ha. On the first day of school, the forum exploded again. Sway you and an Israel. Main post, I'm so excited that I'm incoherent. It's official announcement, woo-woo. Thank you to the sisters of Class 1. Thank you to the heavens. Thank you to the game Truth or Dare. Ah, Mom, I'm really knocked on the head. 1-1, 2-1? 3-1? Don't just drink during the new year. You're still dreaming in broad daylight. 4-1, she's not lying. Ah. I'm at the scene. I'm at the scene. I can testify that it's real. 5-1, F***ck, 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 and woo-woo flooded the screen, suppressing the comments of the haters. 433-1, F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. I sat up in shock. Is this real? 434-1, the expert in social love studies is here. It's real. Stop guessing. 435-1? Doctor of Emotional Science. I'm telling the truth. 436-1, undergraduate degree from Harvard University. Sway you and an is locked. 437-1, attending Rainbow Flower Kindergarten. They're really together. 438-1, ha 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 ha. They're together. During the evening self-study session on the first day of school, Class 1 was full of undercurrents. Many people's eyes darted back and forth between Song Yu and Xia Sui. However, due to their prestige last semester, no one dared to go up and ask directly. The evening self-study session, which was already impatient, immediately became crazy after the sudden power outage. Shiboan was speechless. Jingqing First High School. Jingqing is a pit. Guess what our workers broke today? Ma Shouting was very used to it. Come, let's tell ghost stories. Ghost stories? This reminded Song Yu of the day when the internet cafe had a power outage. Now that he thought about it, that kiss on Xia Sui must have been intentional. After school started, Xia Sui and Song Yu sat in the middle of the seats with a bunch of people beside them. Ma Shouting said gloomily, do you know? Actually, people have died in this classroom of Jingqing First High School. There were quite a lot of sudden deaths. One of them was very strange. She was young and under a lot of pressure. She ran to the classroom in the middle of the night to commit suicide. Song Yu said, was she a very gloomy girl? When she died, her eyes were still open and shrunk to a point. Amazing. A ghost story could be used again in a different location without changing the sentence. Ma Shouting. QWQ. However, when Song Yu mentioned it, his memory of the internet cafe was also evoked. As if something flashed through his mind, he suddenly reacted. Yes. Brother Yu. That day in the internet cafe, when I squatted down to look at you, your face and ears were red. When the power outage happened, you were leaning against God Xia. F***ck. So you had an affair at that time? What happened that day? Shiboan, huh? Is it the time you said God Xia made brother you cry? Song Yu wanted to pull Ma Shouting's head off. Shiboan, God Xia, quickly explain. I'm almost imagining a lot of things that shouldn't have happened. Xia Sui chuckled softly and said in a lazy voice, that day, Song Yu asked me if he could, The words "kiss me" were stopped by a mint candy. Songyu stuffed a candy into his mouth to stop him from saying anything. He didn't want to talk about what happened that day. Aren't you afraid of the dark? Come on, wake yourself up. Xianxia obediently held the candy in his mouth and the tip of his tongue circled Songyu's fingertip. Songyu felt as if he had been electrocuted. Ma shouting was anxious. Brother you. Don't be shy. At this moment, the call came. Old Ching also walked in. In the entire classroom, Ma Shouting's voice was the loudest. Old Ching was so angry that his face twitched. Ma Shouting, what are you doing? You're rebelling on the first day. You're so loud that the entire building is filled with your voice. Do you want to come up and perform a song? The energetic young man was instantly dispirited. Songyu clapped. Go up, don't be shy. Ma Shouting, sob, sob, sob. When he was dragged up, it was as if he was giving in. Award speech. Thank you, everyone, for thinking so highly of me. As a fierce man, I'll bring everyone a song today, Lin Xianxia said firmly, Pink Memories. The Steel Man, the background music had already started playing. Everyone was laughing uncontrollably. Ma Shouting frowned and sang Summer, Summer passed quietly in his rough voice. Xianxia had originally accompanied Songyu to school here as if he was playing around. He moved out of the school to make it easier for him to deal with the city's matters. When he moved, Songyu went to Grandma Chen's place to help him get his things. At night, there were very few people on Lianyan Street. There was only the cold moonlight and lights. Songyu remembered something and said, Do you still remember that Hong Mao from the beginning? Xianxia, Songyu said, I saw him the day before yesterday or yesterday. His hair was dyed back, and now he's wearing sunglasses under the overpass with a group of his buddies to read fortunes. His business is not as good as the one next door. Xianxia, you actually still remember him? Songyu was a little proud when he said this. Are you kidding? I was the street bully of Lianyan Street back then, and he was the first person I defeated. A milestone. Xianxia, amazing. Suddenly, there was the sound of dogs barking on the street. Little Yellow. Where are you going, hey? A woman's anxious and distressed voice came from the fork in the road. She was about to enter the corridor when the dog she was leading suddenly became disobedient and ran in a direction happily. Woof, woof, woof. Songyu was about to tell Xianxia about his glory days. He stared and saw a dog running straight towards him. It was twice the size of the dog that ran towards him on the playground last time. F***ck. His adrenaline was rapidly secreted, and his subconscious reaction was to run. He pulled Xianxia and ran. When a dog saw a person running, it generally ran and chased after him. It stuck out its tongue and barked even more excitedly. The owner was flustered and exasperated. Hey! He had only been to Lianyan Street a few times, so of course, he was not familiar with it. Songyu ran around the alley as soon as he saw it. He didn't know whether he wanted to make the dog dizzy or himself dizzy. After all, the dog's leash was still in the hands of the dog's owner. She was annoyed and dragged the dog back. Awoo! Little Yellow let out a howl. The owner said, Your food is gone. The wind blew past his ears, and the street lights were slightly dazzling. It's okay. Xianxia had run enough with him. She smiled and grabbed Songyu's hand, saying, The dog is gone. Only then did Songyu stop. He turned around and narrowed his eyes. They were in a familiar place. It was the dead end from before. There were two high walls next to it, and the moonlight and starlight were slanting down. Songyu's breath was still a little unstable from running. His fair face was slightly red. After a moment of surprise, he smiled. Xianxia's eyes darkened when she saw the smile. She suddenly bent down. The cool smell of mint candy scattered in the air. Songyu saw him getting closer and closer, and subconsciously closed his eyes. He just waited for a few seconds, and nothing happened. Songyu opened his eyes and saw that his boyfriend was about to kiss him. He smiled and said, What are you waiting for, school bully? Songyu, school bully. As soon as he said this, Songyu thought of that book. Until one day, the people of Jing City First High School found that their school hunk pressed the school bully against the wall and kissed him. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. How could this be? Songyu gritted his teeth, pulled Xiaosui's clothes, turned around, and pressed him against the wall. Xiaosui's eyes curved, and she took the opportunity to put her arms around Songyu's waist. The wall was covered with green vines. The night wind turned cold. Songyu raised his head, took the initiative to kiss her, and said softly, "I'm waiting for you." It was like the wind that fell into her arms. The smell of mint filled the tip of her nose. It was not even July, but it was already the smell of summer. The article ended. September, the start of a university. Song Weining sat in the driver's seat and looked out of the window. The road was crowded and cars were lined up in a long line. Judging by the situation, it would take at least half an hour to get there. She frowned. Did all the universities in the university town agree to report on the same day? Why are there so many people today? Let's wait. Songyu's tone was indifferent as he leaned against the passenger seat and played games. The popular Immortal Path from 3 years ago was finally released as a mobile game. Songyu controlled the fairy doctor in green and turned the healer into an assassin. After taking the last drop of blood from the boss, the words "pass" appeared on the screen. In the teen channel, Ma shouting and the others were exclaiming 666 and holy sh**t. Songyu had played with them for so long that he didn't have much hope for this group of rookies who he had to play as a nanny to be able to move. Song Weining tilted her head and scolded, "It's easy for you to say. Not everyone is as free as you. I have a date in an hour. Your brother-in-law is waiting for me at the Starshore for dinner. If I'm late, he'll be angry again. Virgo boys are hard to appease when they're angry." Songyu was speechless. "You make it sound like you have a boyfriend." After Song Weining fell in love, she couldn't mention anything about her boyfriend when she was in the same space as her. As long as she had the chance, she would have to endure an hour of uninterrupted PDA. For example, now. Song Weining rested her chin on one hand and smiled brightly. "Although I said that, I didn't really appease him. He was always the one who appeased me, even if I did something wrong first. Just like last time, I was so busy that I forgot about Memorial Day, but, hey, what are you doing?" Songyu didn't want to listen to these old stories anymore. He couldn't take it anymore and chose to get out of the car. "Xiaosui is rushing me. I think it might be faster to walk to a university." Song Weining was stunned and gritted her teeth. "It's that Xia guy again." Songyu lied to her. Xiaosui didn't rush him. In fact, Xiaosui was currently overseas and would only be back in a week. Songyu had been to a university countless times, so he was very familiar with the place. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by all kinds of red awnings. The seniors from each school were enthusiastically helping the freshmen carry their luggage and patiently answering their questions. When Songyu walked over with his suitcase, there was a moment of soft exclamation in the welcoming scene. As a century-old school, the opening of a university was something that deserved to be reported by the media. There were many reporters present. Songyu's appearance was undoubtedly another shocking gimmick for them. Similar to #a most handsome freshman #, 2 photos of Songyu would quickly become a trending topic. However, based on what happened to his sister, Chairman Song would probably remove him soon. After Song Weining graduated from university, she successfully sneaked into the Song Entertainment Company and became the vice president. She didn't have any real power, but she had a lot of suitors, including many celebrities. She didn't have a high profile, but her appearance and identity were there. A few photos instantly attracted her a lot of fans. Now, she already had a group of fans on Weibo. The netizens called her Miss. Of course, this wasn't important. The important thing was that Song Weining's Weibo didn't have any big or small accounts. She didn't need to maintain a persona. Almost a quarter of the people on Weibo were complaining about Chairman Song. Therefore, Chairman Song, who was famous on the list of rich people and was admired by everyone, became an old man from a wealthy family. He was unaware that he was singing out of tune, and his song was heartbreaking, and every day on WeChat is poisonous chicken soup. "Young man, don't panic." Miss Song used to share Chairman Song's songs on her Weibo. A group of bootlickers commented on her Weibo. Dad, I'm willing to give up my ears for you. I was a fan of Chairman Song when I was alive. After listening to Chairman Song's songs, I understand Chairman Song's circle of friends even more. His father was calm outside and talked about the internet economy and the age of traffic in interviews with reporters. At home, he showed his true colors and flew into a rage. After dinner, it was time for his personal speech, and the only audience was Lan Mao. Song Yu caused a big sensation on the first day he reported to school. After falling in love, people's temperament would change a little. Compared with the cold and eccentric young man at the beginning of Jing City No. 1 Middle School, now he was not so unapproachable at first sight. As he grew taller, the delicate feeling disappeared and turned into a bright and compelling handsomeness. The 4 people in the dormitory came from all over the country. On the first day, they were a little restrained, but later they chatted freely. After knowing that Song Yu had a boyfriend, the other 3 people were stunned. On the one hand, they were surprised by Song Yu's sexual orientation. On the other hand, they were surprised by the man's appearance. The new school beau fell for him in high school. Song Yu didn't want to keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, he's also from a university. See you later. After Song Yu went to bed, he didn't sleep. Compared with the other roommates who were not used to being away from home on their first night, he was very calm and chatted with Xianxia. Xianxia, have you decided to live on campus? Song Yu, yes, I've already met my roommates. Xianxia, okay. Song Yu, do you have time now? Come on, accompany me to the game. Song Yu was addicted to the Immortal Way during the summer vacation. This game was developed by the Song Group. There was still a big gap between mobile games and client-side games, and there were many things that needed to be improved. The coming-of-age gift his brother gave him was the shares of the Extreme Shadow Game Company. The Immortal Way mobile game was the first project he handled. However, there was already a complete team for the operation and development of the game. Instead of saying that it was Song Yu's task, it was more like a gift from his brother to let him do whatever he wanted in the game. The first change he made was to change some of the attributes of the professions. It made the game more versatile and could be used to attack or assist. Otherwise, how could he play as an assassin and a healer? Xianxia endured the sleepiness and logged in with him. She went to a few places with little interest. The graphics of the game in The Immortal Way were very realistic. The outline of the leaves was vivid in the golden sunlight. The instance of the Red Lotus Hell was always there, and the Path of 3 Lives was like fire. Out of selfishness, Song Yu designed this place as a place where couples could increase their intimacy. He gave his first kiss here. Wasn't it reasonable to commemorate it? When Xianxia first found out about it, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at him for a long time. Song Yu was embarrassed by her stare. He pretended to complain, who would choose such a creepy place for a date? The developers are really brainless. When it was 1 o'clock in the game, he was urged to go to sleep by Xianxia. The next day was the last day of registration. After that, it was military training. Song Yu and Song Weining made a phone call. Song Yu said, I think The Immortal Way needs a game ambassador. Does your company have anyone to recommend? The kind that doesn't cost money. Just treat it as free support for your brother's career. Let's achieve a win-win situation. Song Weining smiled and said slowly, you should ask yourself first if you're worthy. Song Yu raised his eyebrows. Didn't Lan Mao tell you not to bully the poor? Song Weining, heh. Now you're telling me this? Back then, my coming-of-age ceremony was only a house. Your coming-of-age ceremony was shares of the company. Do you remember what you said when I protested? Song Yu. Siblings don't count overnight debts. Trust me, if you pay a cent more today, you can choose a villa next year. Like hell, I'll believe you. Let your boyfriend invest in you. Can't the young master of the Xia family afford this? Song Weining sneered and hung up the phone. He didn't want to bother with this ingrate of his brother. He even wanted to post him on Weibo. During the military training, Song Yu's charm was fully displayed. Every day, there would be female seniors shyly coming over to deliver water. There would also be a bunch of people coming over to hit on him when he ate in the cafeteria. The bold ones even asked him to the corner of the field to confess. At that time, Songyu was chatting with Xiaxue. The girl who pulled him over was petite and cute. She had short hair and was less than 1.6 meters tall. She stuttered for a long time when she said that she liked him. Songyu saw that she had invited him in public. If he didn't agree, she would be too embarrassed, so he walked over slowly. Now, he felt that she was a good way to disperse the peach blossoms around him. Hence, when the girl was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak, Songyu said calmly, "I'm sorry, my boyfriend told me not to accept." The girl? In high school, he would say, "Although I can't meet someone better than me, I can still live with it." However, when he saw the tears in the girl's eyes, he smiled, nodded politely, and left. Xiaxue replied to his phone. "Songyu, wait a moment. A girl pulled me to the corner of the field to confess. Let me think about how I should reject her." Xiaxue, so why were you pulled to the corner of the field? Songyu, a certain young master of the Xia family closed his phone and booked a plane ticket back to China. My boyfriend told me not to accept it. A university was once again in an uproar because of this new school hunk. Songyu's thoughts were pretty good. However, some things couldn't be avoided. After knowing that he had a boyfriend, some people's first reaction wasn't that he already had a lover, but that he liked men. For example, a third-year senior from the same major immediately started a crazy pursuit plan. His roommates were filled with righteous indignation and even fear because of this. They felt that that person's behavior was a little crazy. However, Songyu didn't take him to heart at all. Once, on the way back to the dormitory, he was followed. He called Chairman Song while pressing that person against the wall and beating him up. On the other end of the phone, Chairman Song was puzzled. Why is there someone crying? Aren't you in the dormitory? What are you doing? Songyu lifted the trembling senior who had been beaten black and blue and said calmly, "Punish evil and promote good. However, this is not a matter. The business between us is how much money to pay." Chairman Song. This unfilial son of his was infuriating. He was so angry. Songyu told the counselor about what happened that night. He was afraid that this idiot would do the same thing to the others. After receiving a lot of education, this person became even crazier and began to spread rumors about him. For example, his boyfriend was fake and he was being kept by an old and ugly man. Songyu. You really don't want to hit this kind of idiot in the face. You just want him to get lost. Xiaxue returned just in time for the last day of the freshman's military training, which was also the opening ceremony. He had been absent for so many days, but he was still the freshman representative. Songyu didn't believe that there weren't any unspoken rules. However, Xiaxue was indeed outstanding. Just like when he went on stage at the beginning of the high school, when he went on stage, there was complete silence and he attracted everyone's attention. Similarly, the man on the stage was sitting in the last row. He was elegant in a suit. Separated by the lights and years, just like when he told himself in the auditorium of Jing City. The future is like the sea, and the future is long. Songyu turned his head and laughed out loud. Time was long, but the stars were bright and there was hope for everything. End of chapter 106. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.